Hello, welcome back again, Internet, to Casual Plaid Productions with me, Shaden, and my good friend Evan.
Hello.
We are doing another E3 Rewind this year, 2004, and would you look at this, Evan? I'm not screen sharing, so you can't see them. I'll screenshot. But just look at this, Evan. The thumbnails, they're color-coded this year. Um, and also, I believe this is the first year where we actually have the footage of all three companies just full-on press conferences. Um, Assuming that wasn't last year and I'm just forgetting. Um, that's a complete possibility. Anyway, regardless, yes. So, probably won't be needing to do the show floor footage. Maybe we'll watch a little bit of it, depending on how much time we have left to spare once we've gotten through all three of the conferences. But there's no reason to watch the full thing. Um, Regardless, let's get started with Alexa. Pick a number between 1 and 3.
Your random number between 1 and 3 is 3.
We're starting with Microsoft.
Oh boy. E3 2004.
I'm getting you the link, Evan. You don't need to look it up yourself.
Okay. I found it though.
Too
I'm
late.
the special boy.
I've already got the link. I've saved you one click. Uh,
They add up.
yes. Okay. So, 3, 2, 1, go.
They'll never beat those skits that they had though. That's the problem. They'll never beat them. Unreal Championship. Yeah, that was a big online game back in the day. At least they advertised it a lot. I'm not sure if anybody played it.
In a magical
Is this Fable?
I think so.
Brave hero who was strong, dashing, and handsome.
No!
Oh, it's correct.
Yeah, boy! Look, as movie games go, Shrek 2 was pretty alright. Like, it was a buggy fucking mess, but it was alright.
I think I actually played this game.
And this time he's cleaning swamp. Join Shrek and 9 of his friends, including Donkey,
Thorough Blast,
Puss in Boots,
Catwalk,
Big Bad Wolf,
Mega Hut,
Princess Fiona,
Yonica,
and more. As they take on challenges from the movie.
Like half these challenges were not in the movie. Putting that
Well,
out
it's just
there.
let's take what's in the movie and extrapolate usually for these kind of games.
Or, with the Harry Potter games, they took from the book
Survive
instead.
Jack and Jill's way out farm.
Smart. The only Harry Potter game I played is Lego Harry Potter.
Far out land of far, far away.
I remember, because it's my favorite one in the series, Prisoner of Azkaban, playing that. And they had Peeves in there. Peeves does not show up once in the movies.
Shrek, do these pumpkins look a little funny to you?
And man,
Donkey,
Peeves
they're
is a
just
fucking
pumpkins.
Shrek and his pals return.
basically, have you read the book 7?
Yeah, but it's been many years.
Okay,
To Xbox.
so to give you a refresher, Peeves doesn't show up in the movies. But he's a poltergeist that his whole shtick is all he ever does is run around, prank people, and piss people off.
All right.
Early
Okay.
90, RPGs control the path of the checkpoint. You are ordered to eliminate them.
Meanwhile, in the propaganda land.
Sniper could be hidden anywhere. Proceed.
Military,
Not even remotely a
good!
secret.
Join military!
Be pawn in foreign policy. Kissinger demands it.
Territory.
Full Spectrum Warrior, though. That's a really cool name for a game, you have to admit. Of course, that would mean something different these days.
I'm a full spectrum warrior, Evan.
Oh god. Imagine if the whole point of the game was your everything is a spectrum and you can like transform.
Well, I was more making an autistic joke, but
Oh yeah. It's just like you hear autistic kids trying to fight the normies. Full spectrum warrior.
Please Charlie 32.
I'd buy that game for sure.
Rendezvous point.
gotta take down those damn neurotypicals.
That's right.
21. Strike target now.
We are the evolved spectrum warriors. The next generation of warfare.
Down at Charlie 30. Eyes on target.
Is this the third person?
Charlie
Yeah.
90. Mobilize your team and follow the main street north to the rendezvous. Over.
They're just showing the guy shooting.
Well, of
This is
course,
all
Evan.
gameplay
Gun
footage,
game.
though.
Gun good.
I like how it's all gameplay footage, though. I appreciate that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, imagine showing gameplay in the trailer for your game.
I know, right? How very 2004. 3068.
Damn! So close to 69.
You have to do
Oh,
on the
the
battlefield.
battlefield.
Oh, it's a mech warrior game. Okay. Xbox actually did a lot more
Hunger.
original games back then, I
For
guess.
total destruction.
Like these days, Xbox doesn't do as many
Doing
original
so.
games. I guess they're just like, we're gonna buy every other game. Oh, it's Mech Assault 2, that's why.
Three billion squirrels' lives ended one night in the year 2001.
Okay.
The survivors lived.
This is probably
to face
Conquer,
a new
the Bad
nightmare.
Conquer sequel.
It wasn't a war against the machines. It was a war against the Teddies.
If the Teddies weren't overpowered enough already.
The Resistance needed a hero. What they got was a fearless, courageous, unrelenting warrior.
I'm back. Neat way, mother buzzer. See that? Could explode. Come on, you motherfuckers!
I never played this though.
It definitely looks a bit clunky.
Well, I mean, Conquer was clunky, but that was part of its charm.
Conquer, live and reloaded.
Hey, Daddy.
It's a lot of blood for a trailer. Back in Rare Accident games.
Xbox, it's good to play together.
Within each of us,
Oh!
there are two sides.
Oh no! It's this game! Oh, it's fucking Two Worlds. I think. It's either Two Worlds or it's Fable.
This isn't Fable.
Oh, it's definitely Two Worlds then.
Which will you choose?
Is it?
This fall, prepare to take the journey of a lifetime.
I love this announcer. He's so legendary.
Brave.
In a world. Movie trailer guy.
Merciless. Beloved. Feared.
Yeah. I can't tell what the gameplay's like. Looks like a third-person action game.
Hero. Tyrant. I fucking knew it was Fable.
For every choice,
What?
a consequence.
Since when did Fable? It was a good and evil thing. It just
Since
looks like
the-
a regular game.
Since the very first game, Evan.
Set
It had
being
that
tried to
dumb
be-
system where your character model would change with your stats. So by the end of the game, you were a weird glowy abomination.
Right. What's this?
Looks like a Halo thing.
Killzone? Maybe?
No, that's a PlayStation series.
Really? Huh.
Delta Squad, execute door breach. Yes, sir. On our way. Commencing door breach maneuver. Keep me covered. Roger that. Stand back.
Oh wait, no, it's a Star Wars game.
Really?
Yeah, those are Storm Trooper armor. Or like Clone Trooper armor. One of the two. They're very similar.
Get down to the lower level. Target eliminated. No life reading here.
A lot of bugs and droids.
Clone Troopers. Yeah, okay.
Squad defensive position.
Because they're fighting droids, and that's when the Clone Troopers were all around, I think.
Yep. Man, it looks way too cool to be a Star Wars game.
You heard it here, folks! You heard it here, folks. If it's cool, it can't be a Star Wars game.
Baby's first fiction series. That's what Star Wars is. Literally, it's George Lucas looking at Joseph Campbell and being like, "That would be a good idea," and then he adapts it like directly.
Enemy terminated. Proceed to next sector.
I've heard great stuff about the extended canon.
Republic Commando. I've actually heard of that game. It must have been it. I think it went pretty well.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jay.
When it comes to like the
Howard.
mainline stuff, yeah, there's obviously people like the first three movies. The prequels are derisive, and the sequels most people hate.
Good evening, everyone.
But when it comes to the
and
extended
welcome to Los
universe, I've heard
Angeles.
consistently good
Tonight
things.
kicks off what's sure to be an exciting week for us all. My name is Jay Allard, and I'm the head of the Xbox Platform Group, and I'm thrilled to be the first to welcome all of you to E3. What you've just seen are some previews of the great new Xbox games that are going to be out this year. Unreal Championship 2, Shrek 2, Full Spectrum Warrior, MechAssault 2, Conquer, Fable, and of course,
You know it's a
Republic
good
Commando.
year when Shrek 2 is one of your heavy
It is
hitters.
absolutely amazing and stunning to me how developers keep getting more and more out of the innovative Xbox platform to deliver those kinds of experiences. And that's why we're continually putting more and more into the platform itself. Tonight, we're going to show you how we're leading in software and in services. We're going to show you how we're leading in the innovation of new games. And we'll show you tonight how we're working with some of the best partners in the industry to drive some explosive growth. Through innovation and leadership, we are changing the game to uniquely position Xbox and all of our partners in this industry to lead for the months and the years to come. Everything we do begins with software. Software is the key to unlocking the potential, the real potential of this industry. It's the catalyst for growth, the enabler of innovation, and in many ways, software is what brings many of us into the room tonight. We built and designed Xbox to run great software. And we'll build its successors to run great software as well. Developers want to create breakthrough game experiences, so we're
That explains why the hardware for the Xbox 360 was so shitty.
Today's hardware, and this holiday, by year end, more than 150 games are going to be live enabled in the Xbox portfolio. But there's so much more to this story than just numbers. The real story with Live is how we're using software to continually innovate. Since Live debuted, we've rolled out 3 major waves of enhancements to the Surface. And we're continually adding new features that change the way that gamers connect and the way that developers create games. So today, whether gamers are battling it out online and trash talking, organizing tournaments, downloading and swapping content, or just hanging out and keeping in touch, there's always something to do on Xbox Live. Now, a bunch of these new features premiered 3 weeks ago, and gamers absolutely love them. So let's check them out. Now, what I'm bringing up here is the Xbox dashboard. This is what we call Live Now. It's a gamer's quick view to show you what's going on online, what's new on the service. You can see I've got some friends online, I've got an invitation, and it also
This was
talks about
actually
what's going on
innovative
the
back
service
then.
this week. It's a great place to hang
It was
out
a lot
with
more
your friends.
convenient
Now,
than other
what we're
crap
going to do now is we're going to go
you
out
had
and
to
see
deal with.
what my friends are up to. We're going to go out, clear the service.
Like, remember
that I play
how
with in all the games,
weird the Final
and,
Fantasy
they'll tell me
11
who's
one
online,
is?
what they're up to.
Too many
So here
different
you see
tabs.
my buddy Syrinx, and she's off there. She's playing Rally Sport
And that's
Challenge
playing
2.
it on PC. I
And,
can't imagine how
we've
much
got
of a hassle
Niter,
it would have been to get it
annoying
going
guy.
on PS2.
The Jenny and the Rock have both sent friends invites, and then my buddy Andre, who's always hanging out playing Trivial Pursuit. He's got issues. But it's Jenny that I want to talk about. Let's go see who the Jenny character is. One of the new features we just added is voicemail, which will help me understand who this person is that's wanting to be my friend.
Hey Jay, Jenny McCarthy here. I had such a great time at your place last night. Stay on
Yep, still marketing to the dude bro demographic.
Yes, Jenny, it is. So I think
That's exactly who played Xbox.
And,
yeah, I got mad last night to play Xbox and drink Mountain Dew, bruh.
Xbox Live gamers get to stay in touch with one another, even when they're not online playing. And when they're sending friends invites like that, you get some context to know exactly who's making the invitation. Now, this new feature, in just 3 weeks, has already been rolled out to over 450,000 live members that have upgraded and are participating with the voicemail system. It's a great, great new feature. It demonstrates our commitment to continual innovation, and it shows how we can evolve the platform so quickly. But it's really just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, as we move into the future, the next logical step, when you have a friend like Jenny McCarthy, is to see her.
And
you
thus,
guys don't wanna see me.
Microsoft invented
Hey,
sex,
Jenny, what's shaking?
sex video
Jay,
chat.
what's up? I just lathered up my Enzo and I am ready for some PGR2, baby.
Jenny, I got a few people over right now, so we might not want to do that. Why don't you give my buddies a wave, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the features of the service. So this is a new idea that we've got in development in Japan that we'll be rolling out to new gamers. And aside from seeing and saying hi to Jenny, I can tell Jenny that she's super cool. And send her a little bit of music.
This is so
And I can get
cringy.
interrupted by my friend Peter.
Hey Jenny, hey Jay, how's it going?
Hey!
Peter, what the heck?
Yes!
Oh my gosh. This is so corny in the best way, though. They're trying so hard to be cool and hip, but it's cringe.
Don't worry about it, Jenny. We're in good shape here.
Peter, you call those guns?
Yeah, these are guns, baby. I'll show you later.
Peter, I'm going to see you on stage. Jenny, I want to see you
These are guns, I'll show you later.
Who's that other woman standing with the tattoo artist?
I don't know. The Apprentice?
Also, is he getting a tattoo at his house, or does the tattoo parlor like have an Xbox?
That's a baller tattoo parlor in that case.
And they can find you and join those group chats. It's not just a great way to stay in touch, but you also have great features, like being able to share cool music, send each other little tickles, and all sorts of other stuff when you chat. Now, as this service evolves, you'll be able to send video mail, just like the voicemail.
Is that what they called memes in the 2004s?
Integrated video chat in all of your gaming experiences.
Little tickles.
We believe that video communications is the next step in our broad-reaching Xbox multimedia strategy. It's going to help us expand the audience, it's going to integrate media with games, and ultimately, it's going to revolutionize social entertainment. Now, how else are we going to broaden the audience with Xbox Live? Well, tonight, I'm happy to announce that starting this fall, a great lineup of casual games that people love are going to begin to roll out.
Oh no, not casual games.
On demand on the Xbox Live service. It's a new feature called the Xbox Live Arcade, and it'll allow live gamers to
they had it in
download their
2004.
favorites. Games like Galaxian, Dig Dug, Poker, Bejeweled, and Feeding Frenzy.
Hey!
That's right.
Bejeweled ain't casual, motherfucker. Have you seen that shit?
Retro arcade games.
It gets intense, alright?
All coming
That's
to
all I'm
Xbox
saying.
Live this fall.
Alright.
From well-known partners,
This, it actually
like
came
Atari,
before the PlayStation Network. So Xbox was the innovator here.
Garage Games, and Wild Tangent, just to name a few. Let's go visit the arcade.
They didn't have as many games as the other consoles. Wow.
Xbox Live Arcade is like also where indie games started becoming a thing, if I recall. Like, they were probably a thing before that, but like, they were pretty much restricted to PC. This is where they started being able to get to consoles and start making bigger reach.
Right.
Look at these menus!
Menus that don't suck, though.
Yeah.
Everything's nicely organized. Gotta give them props for that.
Look at this
This
motherfucker.
fall, the arcade opens for business. These games are easy to get into, they're a total blast, and it makes it perfect for the gamer who doesn't have a lot of time and just needs a quick fix. It's only through software that we can continually innovate and add all these new features to the Xbox platform. Features like voice messaging, matchmaking, live alerts, live web, the Xbox Live Arcade, and later this year, video chat. That's the kind of leadership that's going to make the competition even smaller in our rearview mirror.
Oof.
Now, we've talked a lot about the power of software, and I think it's pretty evident in the current generation of console gaming. But what about tomorrow when all the rules change? Again, the answer is going to be software. Remember these three letters, X and A. Through X and A, which we announced a few weeks ago at the Game Developers Conference, we're collaborating with the world's best development partners in the industry. And together, we're creating a software development platform that spans Windows and Xbox. For the developers, XNA provides a great software platform and tools that allow them to make great games at a development cost that makes sense. Now, for gamers, all they need to know about XNA is that they're going to be floored with incredible next-generation graphics, next-generation sound, next-generation live play, and the best part is, it's going to play on next-generation devices. Now, every time I talk, people ask me why I don't say a little bit more about hardware. It's always software, 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 software. So tonight, you guys win. Let's talk about hardware. Tonight, I want to introduce the Celine S7. Now, this is a serious piece of hardware. Weighing in at 2,700 pounds, 550 horses, this monster can tear it up in under 4 seconds and hit 60 miles an hour, with a top end of over 200. Now, the problem with hardware is it's a little complicated and it's very expensive. Not a lot of people really have the opportunity to fully test out what it's capable of. So we turned to software, and we turned to our friends at Pseudo Interactive and enlisted their help to show what the Saline could really do. 6 weeks ago in a demo called Crash, we showed the world what it would look like if you ran one of those babies into a wall at 200 plus miles an hour. Now, because the team was using these mature XNA tools, they were able to really focus on the magic. They did extensive lighting, extensive modeling, great dynamic lights, and the result was absolutely stunning. Great feedback. It was so good, in fact, that 2 things happened after the GDC conference. The first thing was people asked for an encore. They wanted to show it again at E3. And second, David's phone at Pseudo just started ringing off the hook, because all sorts of people wanted to know how they could get together with David's team and enlist them on a game project, or enlist their technology and bring their physics into a game. So just in case you missed it, I wanted to have an encore presentation of Crash.
Okay, so it's like
Here it is.
physics engine.
Yeah. Oh, is this the Crash game? Oh, I know about this game. You're supposed to crash your car in the most gnarly way possible for points. They're pretty cool.
Did you seriously just say gnarly in 2021?
Yeah, dude. I'm getting influenced. I was a 14-year-old 90s kid at this point in time.
You know who this guy reminds me of?
First look at what developers can do with XNA.
You ever watch the Alvin and the
But it gets
Chipmunks
better,
movie?
because not only is XNA good, it's fast.
I don't
In the
know.
last 6 weeks, since GDC, Pseudo was
He
able
reminds
to
me
take
of
Crash
Ian, the
to the next
evil
level.
business
And the
CEO
difference
from
is
that,
dramatic.
who just
So what I want to show you tonight is what we call Crash Reloaded.
slave
And I
labored
want
the
you to remember
chipmunks.
that just 6 weeks separate these 2 different demos.
Man, he was like the best part of that movie. A hammy villain can lift up a bad movie. I'm just saying.
Definitely.
I mean,
Now, so far,
he's not even
doesn't look
technically the
that
villain. But when it
Might
comes
take
to
a while to
live-action
David,
Fairly
that's
Odd
because
Parents
make the car
movies,
green.
Crocker is
but
like,
really what Dave and the
oh
team
my
did was
god.
they added the green car. So let's see what happens.
Those
The only
movies
thing
are shit,
that's better
by the
than
way.
Driving a Celine S7 into a wall at 200 miles an hour is to drive 2 of them into each other.
But if you're going to watch them for Crocker.
Oh. It's like everybody comes to NASCAR for this. You can just play a video game of it. But it's all crashes.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about the your conscience getting in the way, asking if anyone got injured.
That's right.
With meaning. With feeling this time. That's a great demo. It's pretty amazing and a great sign of the things to come as XNA allows developers to really focus more on the magic of their games and not screw around with the baseline tech or wrestle with the hardware. The whole point is to allow creators to move from storyboard to prototype to breakthrough games. And in just that short period of time, Pseudo added the second car, the intra-car physics, and made the Crash take it to the next level. And the phones continue to call. So David's been having the conversations with the publishers, and a lot of people are very excited about taking this demo into a full-blown game. Congratulations, David. You guys have really broken the wall between us and the future with XNA. Now, XNA is preparing developers for the next generation of graphics, when high-definition gaming really resets the rules. But what about online games? Well, also at GDC, we announced that Brad McQuaid, the original producer and co-creator of the EverQuest universe, has teamed up with Microsoft on his next epic title. Everybody knows EverQuest.
Every time he adds emphasis to his words, he does that thing with his hands. And I can't unsee that now.
Are at it again.
What,
and
like
time,
the directly to you motion?
Generation
yeah, the directly to you motion,
exclusively on XNA platforms. Sigil started with the latest Unreal Engine and has modified it to support a hugely seamless world in a
Unreal Engine.
Environment.
Modders use
Vanguard
that for
is also
everything.
incorporating early XNA software from all of
I mean, it's a good engine, and from what I recall, it's free,
because
right?
It's an XNA title. Windows players are going to be able to use an Xbox
I think
controller
so.
on their PC to play the game.
It's either Unreal or Unity. That's I think both actually. I think I think Unreal is one of those engines that takes the model of it's free to use, but if you publish a game with it, they take a percentage of the royalties.
Online gameplay on Windows. And that means every player in the universe is going to be able to
because I know that's how they handle it with like Source.
That every player in the universe is going to be able to plug into that world using mobile devices. It means that every player can stay connected to the action and to the Vanguard universe anytime, anywhere, and on any device. So I cannot wait to play this game.
EverQuest used to be pretty big, didn't it?
Software is really what makes us
the
innovation leader in this generation.
Man, they're trying to have an online game on all devices at this point. That's just insane. They were really, really optimistic.
Yeah, they were putting all their eggs in the online gaming basket.
They were right, though, to do so.
They win.
True, but even if you end up being right in the end, putting all your eggs in one basket, it's still like...
It doesn't matter because they're Microsoft. They can lose money and still be okay. So, I think it was smart of them to do this.
Yeah.
No, it's like Netflix. They just lose money. They serve another purpose other than profit.
Man, remember when Netflix was just a DVD rental service?
Yes.
And then someone was like, what if we had DVDs without the DVDs? And you could access them from your computer.
Yep.
Or I'll toast your soul.
That's a voice.
Ooh.
You know, I feel in the year 2021, we're lacking a wrestling game that isn't WWE.
Harry!
Oh, fuck yeah!
We're on the Xbox, Harry.
Harry, this Xbox is a Horcrux.
Deception. There it is.
That one's a little decisive, right?
Huh?
Deceptions was a little divisive, right?
Yeah. Because of the story mode.
Yo, what the fuck is that?
Demon form. Megasalt actually looks pretty good.
Oh!
I don't know why driving games aren't as big a deal these days for some reason. But back then, they were everything.
Hey, Shark Tale, baby. Remember that movie?
No.
Yeah, you're probably better off.
Unreal Championship, i.e. the first version of Fortnite. Fortnite is just the same kind of game, apparently. The arena game.
I mean, when you get down to the gritty of it, few game concepts are like super 100% original.
They don't
Just
have
like
to be.
yeah, as long as you're able to put an interesting twist on it, like
yeah,
the twist that PUBG and Fortnite put on it was like the massive arena. With the massive arena, the huge player count, and then the ring that slowly forces you to get more and closer together.
The Mind Gate Conspiracy.
Oh, is that the remake that took out the swearing?
No. That's the sequel game.
Okay.
I didn't realize you could do that in Fable. I never played them though.
I got Fable Anniversary, and I've been meaning to play it. Maybe I'll do it for the channel.
Sure.
Lords of the Rings, the Third Age.
Final Fantasy X, The Lord of the Rings. Basically.
You know, I've heard good things about the Rainbow Six series, but I've never seen or played one.
Yeah. I think I might have played one of them a long time ago.
Oh, the SpongeBob movie game.
Burnout 3, this game was huge.
Full Spectrum Warrior. Yeah.
I'm sorry, that would be so amazing.
Doom 3. The one that, again, was a little divisive, because it went for sort of a more horror vibe. And I've explained this before. They quote-unquote fixed this in some ports, because it was a decision a lot of people didn't like, even if it did add to the atmosphere a little bit, in that horror game. There's going to be a lot of dark areas, right? You cannot have your gun and your flashlight equipped at the same time.
Evening. I'm Peter Moore, and I'm responsible for delivering a portfolio of great games supported by world-class marketing. What you've just seen is but a sample of our incredible lineup. And you're all about to see even
I know
more
it's on
phenomenal
brand,
games that will undoubtedly redefine
but those curtains are
their
fucking
respective
ugly.
genres. These amazing games will reflect the boundless imagination of their
Xbox
creators.
green is not a good color
They
for
promise
your
to
curtains.
immerse gamers in a deep, compelling storyline, and they give gamers unprecedented freedom to personalize.
Now,
their
PlayStation
gaming
Blue.
experiences. The goal isn't just to please gamers.
I don't know why
The
they
goal
changed their
is to
speaker.
absolutely
The other guy
blow
was
them
really good.
away.
This guy's good too, but
Now, before I go any further, I know there's one
Yeah, but this
game
guy hasn't committed
on
to being
everybody's
bald.
mind right now. Yes, sir.
So he's a pussy.
So let's end all of the suspense. Let's talk about Halo 2. It's the sequel to one of the greatest games ever made, and the most anticipated game on
and the
any
best-selling game on the Xbox.
Oh yeah.
As you may remember, we showed you single-player demo at this event last year. Well, tonight, Bungie is here to give us our first glimpse of Halo 2's multiplayer action. This is definitely changing the game, and you're going to absolutely love it. To take you through the demo, please help me welcome Bungie's very own Joe Staten and Max Hoburn.
Oh, they look like such good boys.
They look like you're right out of the 1970s.
The year
Yeah,
is
a little bit.
2552. After a long fight, our colonial defense has failed, and the Covenant have made their way to Earth. Today's mission takes place 20 clicks north of the Covenant's primary point of incursion, in an abandoned township on the coast of East Africa.
Ominous much?
The handful of Marines who survived the Covenant assault called this place Hell on Earth. We call it Zanzibar.
Oh, yes. Okay. Starting to remember this.
Now, the story might have been different if we had more of these on the ground. Spartan cybernetic soldiers equipped with Mjolnir Mark 6 battle armor. Each suit is highly customizable, from color schemes to emblems. Spartans are free to prep their armor as they see fit. But like I said, when the Covenant hit, they hit hard. Low-level infantry backed up by plenty of these. Elites, the iron heart of the Covenant military. A single elite can decimate a squad of Marines. It remains to be seen how an equal number of Spartans will fare. So, since we're actually going to be playing Zanzibar at the show, I thought I'd give you a brief tutorial about the latest battlefield tactics and technology. This is an actual network game. I'm a Spartan, and Max, our multiplayer lead, is an elite. Hey, say hi, Max. You know, some things just go across cultures.
Yeah.
Max is carrying our most brutal close.
Everybody teabagged back in the day in Halo.
If you see an opponent with one of these,
Yep, I'm
you better
aware.
take him down quick.
I've
One of the
never
best
played a
ways to do that
first-person shooter
is
from
dual
that
wielding.
era, and I am very much aware.
Just walk over a weapon you want to dual wield and press Y.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
The right
you
trigger
could dual
fires
wield
my
a lot of
needler.
different
I'm
things.
sorry, my
in that game.
SMG. And the left fires my needler. Which, actually, in Halo 2 is worth picking up. Bam!
He did.
I'll just, save this for later.
I've heard a lot of stories about how overpowered that beam sword
We've
is.
reworked all our vehicles in Halo 2.
It was pretty good. I mean, it wasn't like
Like this Ghost, for
you couldn't
example.
beat it or
It's all
anything.
pimped out with the ground effects. But hey, the coolest feature is under the hood. And that's called boosting. Just hold down the left trigger. It quickly doubles your speed, and it's a great way to get out of a bad situation or just mow down an enemy. But be careful. If you let an enemy get too close... Oh,
Yep.
take it! To board a vehicle, just approach a stopped or slowly moving one. From the back or front, press X. This is so fun, we do this all day.
They understand what gamers want in a practical demonstration.
Ow. All the vehicles in Halo 2 are destructible. So watch as I go to work with the battle rifle, which, so you know, unzoomed fires 3-shot bursts, and zoomed it fires single shots.
Oh, that's good. That adds some utility.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for the secondary explosion. Max is a professional. Oh, sorry about that, Max.
Max is dead.
The Warthog has gotten an upgrade too, and it's also destructible. Hubcap. And this Warthog has a rocket launcher. With unlimited ammo, of course.
God, this feels like an actual
So let's
demonstration.
even the odds.
Yes,
Pick this up.
that's what it is.
In Halo 2, vehicle damage isn't just cosmetic. The more
Compare that to
messed up your vehicle is, the harder it is to drive.
Halo's at more recent E3s.
Yeah, I hear ya.
where it's all about
Our
Master
infantry
Chief
rocket
wanting to
launcher has a
bone
deadly
his
new feature. It's called target
hologram.
tracking. Just zoom in.
Really?
Paint the target with your reticle.
I mean, I'm generalizing, but you know, like there's a romance there, is what I'm saying. And you know, they're showing a lot of story content, so that gets put in there.
I think I killed Max, so we're gonna try that again. Come on, Warthog. Here, Max, how about this one? Again, we do this all day. All right, target tracking, here we go. Zoom in, get a good lock. Give me your best shot.
Nice.
All right, now bring it, you alien bastard. Woo! And wouldn't you know it, I'm out of rockets for the most important thing. I promised Robbie we wouldn't just blow up warthogs, but... Take it! There we go. You like that? But be careful. People usually get pretty pissed when you bust up their ride. Luckily, I've got the ultimate anti-son of a bitch stick right here. So melee attack by pressing B.
Okay, this dude's getting into it. I like
or
it.
line up your target for a powerful lunge attack.
Yeah, you spam the lunge is what's so good about it.
Wow, a really
If you
powerful
angle
lunge
it right, you can kill things pretty easily.
The game we'll be playing at the show is single flag CTF. Spartans, this is a hard insertion, tactical drop. Go up and over the seawall or jump in a vehicle and head through the gap. Elites, you have the strong point. It's primitive, human, but defend it at all costs. This power substation has lots of entrances, and some of them are more defensible than others. Elites, if you let the Spartans into your base and they open the main gate, there'll be nothing from stopping them from driving their vehicles directly into your base. If the Spartans manage to capture your flag, stop them any way you can. But keep your eyes peeled. Like our vehicles, Zanzibar has weak points. A good midfield defense is key. Elites, snipe the Spartans on their way in, but watch out for counter-sniping. Every great battlefield has history, secrets, and Zanzibar is no exception.
Okay, that was a good fucking presentation.
Yep.
The entire team is busting ass right now to finish Halo and make it great. We're really excited to get it into your guys' hands, and the good news is, we're pretty damn close. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Max. Super job. Absolutely phenomenal. We believe collaboration equals leadership, and Halo 2 bears that out. What an amazing achievement from Bungie's team, and what a great addition to Xbox Live. The best part about Halo 2 is tonight we finally have a street date.
Oh.
Love you too, man. It's in stone.
Love you too, man.
Well, Actually,
You're
that's
breathtaking.
the only place it's in. You know, Jenny was checking out my guns earlier on when we were on video chat there.
Oh, that's right. Oh, he's the other guy. Okay.
Kind of a surprise.
The one getting the tattoo.
But now I can tell.
I don't see no tattoo though. Where? What the fuck happened? Wait. So they got he was getting a tattoo backstage. Is what was happening.
So guys, we got a release date on Halo 2, and we weren't backing out. They said they'd believe that the day I tattooed that on my arm. Skeptical bunch. Well, fellas, I got your release date.
Oh!
November the 9th. The moment Xbox Nation's been waiting for. Halo 2. And yes.
Okay, that's a
that
fucking that's some fucking big dick energy right there.
The launch of Halo 2 will also mark one of the biggest video game launches in history. We'll be supporting this launch with a massive summer-long marketing campaign that will include global print and a huge television advertising campaign. We want to make an incredible amount of noise. We want the launch
Okay, this
to be
is
as
definitely
big as
the
the
year
game,
where
and
E3
this
starts
will
becoming
definitely
more
create
like
buzz of
what we
epic
recognize it as.
But the news tonight doesn't end with Halo 2. We have several more incredible titles that showcase what Xbox games are all about. Let's start with a partner that consistently delivers hit after hit, and that's Tecmo. In March, Tecmo captured the #1 spot across all consoles when it released Ninja Gaiden.
Oh.
Now, another power-packed Tecmo release, DOA Ultimate, is like a dream come true for Xbox fans who crave the entire DOA series on their Xbox. Itagaki-san, the creator of the DOA series, consistently redefines what amazing graphics mean. Dead or Alive Ultimate is the first 3D fighting game to go online.
Gotta get all them butt
online.
polygons.
Talk about changing the game.
Online.
Your favorite Dead or Alive games completely built from the ground up for Xbox.
Did he say first Dead or Alive
on
game
Xbox
online or
Live.
first fighting game online?
First 3D fighting game online.
Okay, that's definitely a milestone right there.
Yeah, I mean, they were ahead of the game.
Because the online fighting game community, my god.
Yep. Huge.
And then she proceeds to never use that in gameplay.
Random giraffe. Got transitions, double fighter.
Oh!
Back to the level. Yeah, they have all the stuff I remember from fighting games at those times.
Oh!
This is probably what caused them to want to make the beach volleyball game.
I think the first volleyball game might have already been out, but either that was inspired by the volleyball, or the volleyball was inspired by that.
Right.
Yeah.
Elephants and giraffes in a DOA game. Who'd have thunk it? Now remember, that is head-to-head online gameplay. Doom 3 is on the way as a console exclusive for Xbox. And the team at id Software
Left cheers.
themselves with the most frightening,
Console exclusive
gripping
for Doom.
3D gaming experience
Yeah,
ever
well,
created.
they own Bethesda now, and
Massive
Bethesda owns Doom,
demonic
so...
invasion has overwhelmed the Union Aerospace Corporation's Mars research facility.
Get your ass to
Only
Mars.
two survivors, you fend off shock and fear as you fight your way to hell and back.
You know, I don't
in
think I've
epic
ever
clash
actually watched a
against
Schwarzenegger
pure evil.
movie.
Evil so terrifying
Mistake.
that you may not want
They're
to
very
play
fun.
alone. And luckily,
I wouldn't mind
you
watching
don't
one of
have
his comedy
to, because
flicks.
this
I'm not
game
a huge,
has
like,
co-op play
straight
on
action
Xbox
guy.
Live. Bring on the pain.
Because it's usually just a gruff guy with a gun running around for a few hours.
So, how reductive?
Well, I mean, you know, it has its appeal, it's just not for me. Well, we opened a portal to hell again. Oops. You know, Doom is a very Christian franchise.
What?
Yeah.
Because you're fighting demons?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not the first person to make that joke, but I'm glad I'm the first person you heard it from.
I know a decent amount of Doom because of Tim Rogers, but that's about it. Listen to the Tim Rogers review.
I saw a Noah Cadwell Gervais essay on Doom 3. Noah Cadwell Gervais, he's a great YouTuber, by the way. Like, if you ever see like one of those like literary essay guys where they go into all the themes and the stuff, he's basically that, but for video games.
I can't wait to play that with
Cool.
the lights on. Also due out this coming year is Jade Empire. This stunning game is from BioWare.
Oh yeah, I heard about
the acclaimed
this.
developer of Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic. Neverwinter Nights.
This is the game where if you try to save scum the gambling
Jade
minigame,
Empire
you
takes
die.
the excitement and adrenaline rush of an intense fighting game and couples it with a fascinating storyline and plot, which has become BioWare's trademark.
Yep.
Only by
BioWare was huge
the
about
greatest
plot
fighting
back
system
then.
and defeating the most powerful enemies,
Yep.
players earn
And
their
then
place as a master
EA
of
was
martial
like,
arts
hey,
in
how
the world
about you make this
of Jade
next
Empire."
Dragon Age game like Anthem?
Sigh.
Fortunately, Anthem died so that EA could learn a lesson, ease up and be like, Okay, maybe do your own thing with the next Dragon Age.
Yeah, it's the trailer guy.
An emperor who tyrant.
But you don't realize how famous this guy is.
An exile.
The trailer guy is a legend.
Like this one specifically?
Vengeance.
Yes, it's this specific guy. And he does like so many movie trailers, it's ridiculous.
Okay, because I was about to be like, there are a lot of trailer guys that sound just like him, but I'm guessing what makes him so instantly recognizable is he did it way more than a lot of the other trailer guys. And this game looks so cool, it could probably use a remake.
Action role-playing game of mythical proportions. Jade Empire.
You know, yeah, this and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I think those could both do remakes. I feel like there's still a market. There's still a huge market for both of those.
The Xbox pipeline is loaded with great games.
And if you just like
Star Wars,
add some quality of life improvements and update the graphics, you'd be making relatively easy money.
Chronicles of Riddick, Unreal Championship 2. Spider-Man 2.
Oh yeah!
And the Prisoner of Azkaban.
Oh, Spider-Man 2 for the PS2. That was the shit.
This is the most
that was a really good superhero game.
Xbox ever.
In an era where superhero games were almost universally shit.
With their hugely popular street racer, Project Gotham Racing, which has sold over 2.5 million copies worldwide.
It's so weird.
Tonight, I'm pleased to tell you that Xbox is adding a 1-2 punch that supercharges the racing category.
Oh.
And the fender banging and ground pounding can only be found.
Not gonna lie, I heard finger banging, but okay.
I'm proud to announce the world premiere
Dirty
of
Mind.
Forza Motorsport, the first fully customizable racing simulation for Xbox.
Doesn't hurt anyone as long as you can keep it in your pants. But yeah, Forza. That's a big franchise in terms of like racing games, yeah.
Pure performance. Pure
I think Gran Turismo goes for a slightly more arcade approach, and Forza's the super simulation one.
Can you handle reality?
From what I understand. Oh wait, no, swap that around. Because I think the recent Forza is the one with the Lego car and the car from Final Fantasy 15.
Then you rebuild it. You tune it.
Trailer guy.
You drive it. Then you drive it harder.
Then you drive it harder.
Machine. It's you.
Oh hey, Bumblebee. Yeah. More trailer music that's gonna get copyright claimed.
It didn't though.
Forza Motorsport.
Evan, have you seen?
You are what you race.
I mean, no, you haven't. All the previous rewinds have gotten so many strikes just from trailer music.
Freaking music record companies are still evil.
Of top engineers from Ferrari's Formula One program. We wanted
Is that one video available in Syria yet?
That's why we also designed the performance of the cars to be adversely affected by the damage, just as in real racing. Forza Motorsport sets itself apart with an unprecedented level of personalization, customization, and tuning. This is indeed the ultimate racing experience. I'm truly excited about the games shown tonight. Taken as a whole, they give you compelling evidence that we're not making claims we can't back up.
Wow.
When we say we're
what a big
changing the
difference
game,
between that and
we're
today.
really changing the game. What you've seen are brilliant
Let's see,
new
so
games that
E3
give gamers
Rewind
what they
2002, Part 2,
Explosive
Xbox
action,
Showcase and game trailers.
drop-dead realism,
How crazy are
gripping
you from
drama,
Measure?
richly evolving characters,
Video
and
cannot be
personalization
monetized.
on a
The
level
Pink Cat A
never
from Charles
imagined.
Brickley, APM Music.
Xbox and our amazing
Panchan,
partners are writing the next chapter in the
Pachan,
book of gaming
14,
superiority.
1,000.
Together, we're fueling a whole new gaming experience, one
Four-
that will allow us to continue to build upon our position of thought leadership within this industry.
14,494.
And so, to pump a little more
by
nitro
Bob
into
Mitchell.
the Xbox engine,
The Hologram
here's the
by
man behind the
London
wheel,
Voices.
Robbie Bach.
Stronger by Britney Spears. Finale from Star Wars. And here's the fucking offender.
Now, I rode over here with Jay Allard, and if you've ridden
Kung
with
Fu
Jay in
Fighting.
traffic, you
Carl
know what
Douglas.
Force is like.
Dispute
So I'm
under
both excited
review.
and just a big terrified
Copyright
of that.
owners, Warner Music Group.
Now, E3
I
is an annual
assume that
milestone
stands
for all of us
for.
in the industry.
On behalf of
And at Xbox,
Castle
this is our
Communications.
4th year at E3. And with
Blocked
each
in
year,
some
we've advanced our
territories.
position in
Iran,
the industry.
Cuba, Syria,
During our
and
first
North
year,
Korea.
we were just ramping up to enter the video game console
And I'm
business.
disputing that. They
We were
got
brand
30
new
days
the
to
industry,
respond. And
and people were understandably
it
questioning
looks like
our
they're going to
ability
wait out that
succeed.
whole limit because
The
there's still
jury
14
was
days
out.
left.
With Xbox launched, we spent
Motherfuckers.
the next 2 years focused on becoming
Gotta win against the
a credible
machine.
partner in the industry. We said
Like,
we'd
I
build a
don't
great
give a
install
shit if they
base,
take
and
away
we did, with
monetization
more than
or
14
even if they
million
put ads on
consoles
it
sold.
because, like, I'm not
We
monetizing
said we'd
these
innovate
videos
online,
anyway, but, like,
and we did with the
don't
industry-leading
fucking
Xbox
restrict
Live
who
service.
can watch the video, please.
We said we'd offer great games from a variety
That's
of
just
strong
lame.
publishers, and we have. In fact, our attach rate is an industry record. We are now part of the landscape, a recognized player in the industry. So this year, our 4th year, I know it's time to change the game. We've proven we can play. Now we're proving we can lead. And our leadership plan starts with delivering breakthrough games for the platform. Ambitious titles that capture the imagination of gamers. Titles that fly off the store shelves. Titles with the courage to ignore the old rules. We're focusing on delivering titles on an epic scale like Halo 2. We're going to deliver unprecedented customization with breakthrough games like Forza Motorsport. Fable will demonstrate leadership in designing games with incredible evolving characters and storylines.
The
And
beginning
titles
of
like
the
Doom
Molyneux
3
era.
are going to reinforce what everybody knows. The best looking games, the best playing games, and the best online games are
I feel
on
like
Xbox.
Molyneux, Peter Molyneux,
If
was
great
one of
games are
like
the first part of this plan,
like
what's
progenitors
the
of
second part of the
overhype.
plan? Software. This week you're going to see and hear about a lot of hardware.
Like, bless the
Hardware will
man.
continue to get better,
He
faster,
made great
and more
games, but
complicated. And great hardware is necessary.
he just
and
made
we are
some
committed
unrealistic
to
promises
producing
that I
the
feel
best
he
hardware
actually
in the
believed he could achieve is the
But it
worst
takes
part.
much more than hardware to make great games. Without the power of software,
What's he doing these days?
advances in hardware won't translate into the great gaming experiences that people expect. Through software, we're making it easier for developers to make great games by harnessing the potential of hardware advances. We're arming developers with the tools, the technology, and the support they need to succeed in this generation. And with XNA, we're working with our partners to ready the industry for the next generation. Through software, we're building a limitless online gaming service that allows for continuous innovation. We're constantly adding new features, new content, and new revenue streams for our partners. In this generation of game development and the next, Xbox Live serves as the very foundation of our platform leadership.
Yep.
We're closing in on 1 million subscribers for Xbox Live.
Wow.
I want to put that in perspective. Consider this. TiVo, an entertainment phenomenon, took 5 years to reach 1 million subscribers.
Whoa. That
So
that
did
is
AOL.
pretty crazy.
So did HBO.
TiVo was the first thing where you could
We're doing it
record
in less than
like
half that time.
your TV on
Xbox
the
Live.
box directly.
That's right. Xbox Live has become a new form of social entertainment and is without a doubt leading the online game revolution. So software is how we've innovated, software is how we'll lead. And our excellence in software defines the difference between us and our competition. Now, the final part of a successful plan, and possibly the most important, is our partnerships. The working relationships we have with many of you throughout the industry. The very partners who help bring many of the exciting breakthrough moments we've experienced tonight. Now, gamers buy magic. They love great games and services that keep them connected, amazed, and enriched. But it's not magic that develops, markets, and sells those games. It's the hard work and the collaborative effort
software
between Xbox and all of our
real
outstanding partners that
bleeding ball technology.
And the good news is, we've just scratched the surface. It's our belief that there is a tremendous opportunity to grow the industry over the next 10 years. Today, video game household penetration is roughly 35%.
What about penetration?
Maybe 25% in most international markets.
How many houses have game consoles?
50, 60, or 70%.
Sorry.
We'll do it.
He's right about this, though. More households do have game consoles.
That word just fucking penetrated my brain.
We need to continue working together.
That means his speech is working.
By delivering innovative, deeper, and more engaging experiences.
I guess just not a lot of people nowadays use the word penetration outside of sexual context.
In continually expanding our audience.
And so that's why it
Together
immediately stood out.
Happen. We can dramatically expand our audience and ensure that video games take their place alongside other forms of mass market entertainment.
Also, I was already talking about balls, so that helped.
Creative ideas to attract new players. We can also work together to build business models that will enable us to grow the industry in promising regions like Asia, Eastern Europe, and Latin America. And we must work together to expand with services like Xbox Live, to provide people with amazing new social and community games.
Listen up, X-heads. Recognize this voice? Sure you do. Bet you're wondering, hey, what's he doing crashing this Xbox bash? Take a guess.
Now this is going to change the game.
Bingo. You got it. The wait is over.
It's the EA Sports guy.
Finally, the whole EA Sports lineup is
right
to Xbox Live.
Yeah, this is huge.
NCAA football.
Everybody's playing Madden on Xbox Live.
I'm not a huge on sports games and loading up your conference with sports games, but if there's any conference to do it at, it's this one, where you're bringing sports games online for basically the first time.
Yeah.
Anytime, anywhere. Don't look now, but online sports is about to get hooked up. You ready for Major League Mayhem? You ready for an online onslaught? Get ready to prove it with EA Sports on Xbox Live.
Come on.
EA Sports. To the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of EA Worldwide Studio Operations, Don Matrick.
Look at this dude standing in the middle, yeah.
Well, Robbie, you finally caught the ball. Well, you finally threw us the ball. Really, it's great to be here with you.
Thank you. We're really pleased to be here. And now, let me introduce you to the EA Sports team live, representing FIFA Soccer, Landon Donovan.
All the Big Force franchise.
NCAA March Madness basketball, Emeka Okafor.
Now that's a weird name, but Emeka? I like the way it rolls off the tongue.
Larry Fitzgerald. Representing NHL hockey, Marcus Naslund.
All the big names, jeez.
So, is it a requirement for hockey jerseys to be a size too big?
I think it's just like a tradition. I don't know what's up with that. That's a good point. To fit pads, I guess.
Football, Marshall Falk.
Because you have a lot of pads in hockey.
And
It makes perfect sense. Ice is hard.
Fight Night, the greatest of all time.
Oh, it's Muhammad Ali.
Oh, no wonder he looks like a fucking rock.
Yeah, he had some problems after his career. I learned that from anime.
You know, in high school, my brother got the nickname Muhammad.
Right, for a completely different reason.
Because he, let's just say my brother had a short fuse in high school.
Man, he looks really bad, Muhammad.
To the point where...
More blockbuster titles from
Yeah,
EA
he's got
Games
the
and EA
jitters
Sports
real
Big.
bad.
We're bringing the sequel to Need for Speed Underground, Time Splitters, Future Perfect, and James Bond will debut on Xbox Live. GoldenEye
Did it
Rogue
ever
Agent.
come out that he did, like, roiding or anything?
Live games from Digital Illusions in Sweden, Battlefield.
I'd have to
and
look
Combat.
it up.
I'm just wondering if that could maybe be, like, a confirmed explanation for this.
I know it took a while for us to get here, but EA is committed to
But
making
yeah,
great online experiences.
like I was saying,
and
brother had a
helping
short
grow
fuse
the
to the point
Xbox
where
Live community.
sometimes at home he would legitimately punch holes into the wall.
The big winners of this partnership are people who love
And
games.
he'd do it in one
We're going to
punch,
see
too.
A lot of great entertainment created by EA for the Xbox Live.
That's awesome, Don.
Anyway, yeah, he spent a lot of time with his arm in a cast.
Congratulations you for joining us this evening. Thanks a bunch.
Muhammad Ali probably got a bunch of money just to stand there.
Dude looks like he's dealing with shit. Kind of feel bad.
No, it's some neurological disorder from being beaten up so much in his career, apparently.
Starting this summer with NCAA football. So let's take a final look, at some of the EA titles coming for Xbox Live.
Get down.
Oh, Time Splitters, yeah. Yeah, there needs to be a wrestling game that isn't a WWE game, because, like, you've got, like, a lot of high reputation, high profile, that's it. High profile, like, sports games when it comes to racing, basketball, even boxing, but when it comes to, like, wrestling, name one other high profile wrestling game that isn't WWE.
Sports. It's in the game.
I don't know.
And you know, the star power when it comes to WWE, that's great and all, but if you can get a good customization system in there that's as robust as like some of the even as robust as like the PS2 WWE games, if you can get that, you can make good competition. Because that's what from what I understand, half of the players just do that anyway. Just to make custom characters.
It's going to be a great year for all of us. We entered the game, we played the game at a high level, and now we're changing the game. We're taking a leadership position to put gaming on par with all forms of media entertainment. There's a changing of the guard in the industry. Yesterday's rules are a part of the past. As it has in the past, innovation will vanquish status quo in the marketplace of ideas. Xbox is moving to side with innovation. We hope you'll join us. Thank you, and good night.
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed, Xbox.
Yeah.
Very good conference overall. A lot of standout things for sure.
The Halo demonstration especially was really good.
It was nice. All their speakers were really good
Yeah.
and knew how to punctuate everything. And, you know, it had very clear like sections in the talk as well.
Yep.
Which I appreciated.
Hey Alexa, heads or tails?
Tails.
PlayStation's up next.
Okay.
Have you met Alexa? She's my manager.
She's the robot overlord that rules over.
Having her just sitting next to me, though, it does really help because I can be a very indecisive person. So just being able to just say, "Hey Alexa, flip a coin," that really helps.
It's in before your Two-Face origin story.
The Zoomer version of fucking Two-Face, where instead of a coin, I just carry around an Alexa.
Oh. That'd be a good comedy skit, I think.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hold on. Go back. I thought I hit space. I must have missed it.
Whoops.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. I'm seeing a lot of good shit in this sizzle reel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kaz Hirai.
Okay, strong start.
Good morning and welcome to the E3 2004 pre-show festivities.
Mic audio's a little
it's
shit,
great to be here with all of you
but
today,
okay.
as this year marks the 10th year anniversary of E3. It's really hard to believe that 10 years has gone by since the first E3 trade show, and interestingly enough, our history as a company parallels the first show in 1995, as it was there that we debuted the original PlayStation in North America. And E3 remains just as exciting now as it was in years past. As E3 has grown over the years, so has our market. We have reached new heights that no one could have imagined. And even more incredible, we have built this business of massive proportions on a global scale. And as a testament to this reach, Sony Computer Entertainment has shipped more than 170 million units of hardware and more than 1.5 billion units of software, which in my mind is a pretty amazing accomplishment. Looking back, there have been many constants since the beginning of the PlayStation. Great games that capture consumer imagination, competitors entering the market and fading away. But our focus and dedication to this category has been unwavering. A lot has changed too. Games are more legitimate, more relevant. We broke the industry curse by leading in 2 consecutive hardware generations. And PlayStation is now big business, and the stakes are even higher.
Yep.
And we have created the first 10-year plus hardware lifecycle to keep up with the ever-changing world of games. Today, we're here to speak to you about how we plan to evolve our business through new dimensions of PlayStation. New dimensions that will continue to propel the industry forward in the right direction and help us manage a healthy platform lifecycle for all, New dimensions that will inspire innovation and allow consumers to really connect with one another.
Sounds
through
like they're
the
starting to
gaming
gear up
experience.
for the PS3.
New dimensions
They're
that
probably
will
going to
take us
announce
into
it at the
mobile
next one if
entertainment
it's not
space
at this
for
one.
the first time. We have been talking about a bit about the importance of a 10-year hardware lifecycle and why this is essential for the continued health of the industry. But why is this so important? The dynamics of our business have changed, particularly with the advent of new, more powerful hardware technology. The increase in hardware prowess allows for more sophisticated games ultimately, but with a somewhat extended development lifecycle. As consumer tastes have changed, so have their expectations. And we have found that our consumers are spending more time with our type of entertainment, and they are adding more and more titles to their game libraries. So we owe it to the development community and to our consumers to build long, sustainable platform life cycles. Not only do we view this as an imperative for the future and health of our industry, but we also believe it as our responsibility as the platform holder to help bolster continued innovation within each generation. So, where are we on this path to future growth and development? Building a global audience is one area that only our company has been able to do and deliver for
Wow. Absolute destruction of the other consoles.
the shape of our competitors.
I mean,
Ridiculous.
I've said it multiple times before. It still hasn't been beaten sales numbers. So yeah, it fucking dominated.
Which ends up being more than 5 times that of our closest competitor. And we have been
like if they
fortunate to have
didn't make a
software
few
support on
flubs
PlayStation 2
at the
day
start of the
one,
PS3 gen,
which has allowed us to push the
they
limits
would have
of
been
the
on top
installed
for that
base,
whole gen
not
as well,
just here in North
probably.
America, but in all major markets on a global basis. And within this fiscal year, Sony Computer Entertainment will ship an additional 14.1 million PlayStation 2 units worldwide. More units in 1 year than our competitors' entire installed base. Specifically, in North America, we have seen incredible growth so far, just 42 months into the platform lifecycle. And as you can see from this chart, the total North American household penetration on PlayStation is close to 30% in the 104 months on the market. Through the accelerated growth we have experienced on PlayStation 2, we have been able to hit the 20% household penetration milestone in less than half the time. And this bodes well for the future growth on PlayStation 2 and is even more reason for extending the product's life cycle beyond the conventional period. We believe that the PlayStation 2 has the potential of reaching new audiences that we haven't touched with the original PlayStation. And it is a positive message for the entire industry at large. And even with the accelerated growth on PlayStation 2, it is interesting to note that the demographic base on our two platforms is relatively the same. The age ranges between the two platforms are pretty evenly distributed, but in half the time, PlayStation 2 has reached the same level of user penetration. Considering the fact that we specifically targeted the 18 to 34-year-old audience right out of the gate.
Pretty much everybody who plays
What we have found
games.
to be most interesting is the increased growth in the 13 to 17 age range on PlayStation 2. And we believe that this is an indication that more consumers are turning to gaming than ever before.
Right.
All of this data helps us to really understand our current consumer base. But more importantly, it validates where we want to take the PlayStation 2 platform business now and in the years to come. We view the 2004 opportunity as really the year to cultivate the casual gaming market. Now, let me make the distinction between the mass market and the casual gaming audiences. We know that more than 25 million people have a PlayStation 2 unit in their homes. We consider this the tip of the mass market iceberg. We are now concentrating our efforts on bringing in the casual gamer while still inspiring the core audience that has been with us for years. How do we plan to do this? Through three main areas: mass market pricing, platform-defining titles, and of course, through innovation. Smart platform management requires us to take a good, hard look at pricing on both fronts, hardware and software. And as we continue to view our platform business as having a 10-year minimum life cycle, decisions on pricing, more importantly, especially strategic planning for price reductions. At Sony Computer Entertainment, we manage all hardware development and manufacturing from within. And this allows us to continuously evaluate how and when we can pass on cost efficiencies to the consumer. We launched PlayStation 2 in 2000 at the same price point, $299, as the original PlayStation, which debuted in 1995. Consumers immediately saw increased value in the PlayStation 2 proposition from both a product features and also a pricing standpoint. At $299, we almost sold 10 times the number of PlayStation 2 units versus the original PlayStation. And with this type of growth, we were able to sustain the $299 price point for almost 2 years. At $199, we sold more than 6 times the volume as compared to PlayStation. Although many of our competitors have tried to increase their position against PlayStation 2 solely based on price, we broke new ground, which allows for a lot of flexibility. Instead of pricing ourselves out of the market too early in the life cycle, there is plenty of room for growth as we start expanding our reach into the casual gaming market. Sustaining our hardware price points for longer periods, we demonstrated that we take our role as the industry leader very seriously. And as the main market driver, we know that the health of the business rests on our shoulders. So, now is the time to make the next move towards our end goal. We're here to announce today that effective immediately, PlayStation 2 is now available for $149. This price move impacts both SKUs on the market we have today: the standalone PlayStation 2 package and the PlayStation 2 combo pack, which includes a network adapter and ATV Off-Road Fury 2 along with the hardware. We're supporting our new pricing initiative with heavy marketing support now and throughout the year, beginning with an ad campaign that breaks this week on TV and through national papers. We're really excited about the $149 price point, and I'm sure that the market will respond in kind. It's a very significant move for us. It demonstrates our commitment to continuing the growth on PlayStation 2. But it was also a key milestone on the original PlayStation. And in fact, 90% of the overall volume was achieved after we had hit the $149 price point. I touched on the first essential element required to meet our 2004 goal of tapping into the casual gaming market: pricing. The second is content. The PlayStation platforms have enjoyed the most support of any gaming system in history. Not only have we had the best, most diverse game libraries, but also the best platform games, and the best games have been on the PlayStation. With the advent of CD-based hardware systems, coupled with an aggressive software pricing model that includes...
Hold on, I'll be right back.
We have seen more million-selling units games than ever before. To date, on PlayStation, we have 72 million unit sellers in 8.5 years. On PlayStation 2, in just 3.5 years on the market, the million sellers have grown exponentially to 41 titles. This is about 7 times that of our closest competitor.
Impressive.
In fact, 11 PlayStation 2 titles are multi-million unit sellers, which is more than the total of million unit selling games on Xbox and GameCube combined. Overall, this demonstrates that our partners not only keep PlayStation 2 as their platform of choice because of our larger user base, but also because it's the platform that offers the most opportunity for financial and commercial success. The forecast for this year's games is brighter than ever. We have a number of big-ticket releases coming in 2004. Not only are we giving consumers something to look forward to through extensions of existing franchises they have come to love, we also have a number of new franchises being introduced into the market. A small sample of titles expected to be big hits on PlayStation 2 are Killzone from Guerrilla Games and Sony Computer Entertainment Europe, Gran Turismo 4 from Polyphony Digital, The Getaway, Black Monday from Sony Computer Entertainment Europe, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater from Konami, and God of War from Sony Computer Entertainment.
And I'm back. Mum just wanted to know what sort of mood I was in when it came to dinner.
2004 is also the year of the platformer. All of the famed platform franchises will be making another appearance this fall.
Miss anything
They include
interesting?
Sly 2, Band of Thieves from Sucker Punch, Jack
Oh,
from
that...
Naughty Dog.
You can hear me, right?
Yep.
Oh, those are 3 good games.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 as well.
Oh, San Andreas. That's the one everyone talks about.
Best-selling game on the PS2.
We are pleased to announce that the next iteration of this franchise, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, will be coming exclusively to PlayStation 2 this fall. We look forward with great anticipation to hearing more about this product in the months to come. Another area that we at Sony Computer Entertainment understand better than any other platform holder is innovation. And with this, we know that innovation takes 2 forms. One driven by us, and the other driven by the software development community. One truly innovative concept that we first presented to the world on this stage last year is iToy. Developed by our sister company, Sony Computer Entertainment Europe, iToy is a revolutionary USB camera that allows the users to really become part
Oh, they actually did so.
for the first time by projecting their images directly
I mean,
onto
yeah,
the screen.
I remember having one
It
myself.
also introduced a new user interface that is not reliant on the standard controller. iToy was released only 10 short months ago, and since this time, we have shipped more than 3.8 million units worldwide. This demonstrates the insatiable appetite consumers have for something new and something different. It also shows us that our audiences embraces new types of gaming experiences, and through its release, iToy has challenged creators to think about the market differently. This experimentation has launched a variety of iToy applications. We have a series of products that extend the original iToy experience, like the original Play, Groove, and Sing. In addition, more and more developers are incorporating iToy functionality into existing games, like the recently released MLB 2005 from our own internal sports team. And now we're seeing a new 3D game experience taking off using iToy and its motion tracking technology. We're extremely excited by the growth and interest in iToy, and many titles are currently in development from our first-party studios around the world. Along with first-party support, we have seen significant interest from the third-party community as the iToy user base continues to grow. Some of the products you will see at E3 that support iToy are the new Harry Potter game from Electronic Arts, Dance Dance Revolution from Konami, and Sega Superstars from Sega. We believe that hardware innovations like iToy are important for the growth of this industry. And because initiatives like iToy have helped to bring in new users on a wider scale, like kids and families, we know that encouraging innovation will ultimately be one of the key cornerstones of the platform's success and a key differentiator from our competitors. Because of the overall interest in this type of entertainment, online-enabled content is becoming a standard in our industry. This content must keep up with the expanding consumer expectations, and online game development will play a key role in moving from one generation to the next. This includes both the in-home console market and the mobile gaming space. This slide outlines our overall online adoption curve since the introduction of the network adapter in 2002. To date, we have 3 million online-ready consoles in the market, which is currently more than 10% of our installed base. The 10% figure was a lifetime goal that we had set for ourselves, and the fact that we have been able to achieve this in less than 2 years is nothing short of astonishing. Our online community has surpassed all expectations to achieve critical mass in record time, with more than 1.2 million registered connected consoles. The more impressive fact is that we have been experiencing an uptake of about 100,000 new users a month, even during periods when new content was being introduced. And to put this in context, it's like adding a full stadium of people at the Rose Bowl to the PlayStation 2 online community on a monthly basis. These figures lead us to believe that 2004 is a growth year for online gaming on PlayStation 2.
Okay.
Not only do we believe that the best online content is developed for PlayStation 2, we know
It's
that
not a
our
weak
online library is the most
conference so
diverse
far, but it's a
and
little
genre-balanced, which will help us achieve the
talky.
ultimate
Starting with the
goal
business
of
stuff,
reaching
like
the
previous
casual
years,
gamer market.
basically.
In fact, by year end, we will have more than 100 online titles on PlayStation 2. And as the number of titles released on PlayStation 2 each year has remained constant, the portion of titles offering online capabilities has nearly doubled year over year. So, now let's take a look at some of this great online content.
I know Time Spiller's Future Perfect looked like it'd be a fun game to play online. And that's it.
Mortal Kombat.
I know, I'm pretty sure MGS3 had its own version of Metal Gear Online. I wonder if that's gonna get shown. And Metal Gear Online was a weird game.
I'll bet.
The thing is, though, they didn't really do much to take advantage of the idea of it being a stealth game. It was kind of just a third-person shooter. Also, you could hide in a cardboard box.
That's unfortunate.
Surprisingly easy to trick people with the cardboard box, though. Especially given that it's a Metal Gear game, and people should be wise to that trick. I guess in the heat of the moment, your brain just doesn't register what it sees as a background detail. Oh, Splinter Cell. I've heard great things about these games. You know, I think most of them are on PC, so maybe let's play them at some point, because they're... The Splinter Cell and Metal Gear are the two big stealth franchises that I know of. Yeah. And they don't really make them like that, and nobody really makes any games like those.
Yep.
And I've played all the Metal Gear games, so, you know, eventually I should check the other side of the fence. Oh, Final Fantasy 11. Because Splinter Cell looks like my kind of stealth game too. Very slow, very methodical. Oh, Monster Hunter. High profile niche. Oh, I wish you could do that. Can you do that in the final game? I don't remember being able to do it.
Thank you.
I'd love to try it out. You know, if the PS5 had PS3 backwards compatibility, so I could play the Metal Gear HD collection, but you know it doesn't because, man, Gran Turismo on PlayStation 1 and 2, that looks ancient, Evan. Why would you ever want to play that?
Somebody clearly is just a manager and doesn't actually play games.
Ted Price.
It's so bad that, like, I'm pretty sure the guy who said that was, like, in a high position, like, you know, sales and marketing director or something.
Thank you very much,
meaning
Kaz.
he's got a lot of
Before we get
influence,
started, I'd like to
and
give
that
you all a quick
those
taste of Ratchet & Clank Up Your
views
Arsenal,
are...
the newest in the Ratchet & Clank franchise.
Anyway, Ratchet and Clank. Is this the second or the third? I might be able to tell if it zoomed in. Okay, yeah, it's definitely the third one.
Two years ago,
had to change the
original
title
Ratchet &
over
Clank
here.
debuted right here as one of the first real evolutions in action platforming for years.
Because,
Since
you
then,
know,
the original and its successor, Ratchet & Clank Going Commando, have sold
it's
close
up
to 4
your
million copies
arse.
worldwide. This E3, though, we're showing
That's a little more obvious
in action platforming.
in Europe.
Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal is the first.
They really changed it?
Yeah.
PlayStation 2.
That's hysterical.
It's a huge single-player game, as big as either of its predecessors, and a full.
Well, because people over here actually say arse.
It will help expand the online market for the PlayStation.
Whereas over there, it's just, oh, you know, that's a fun little thing that maybe, you know, some Irish people say, or Scottish people say, and, you know.
Now, like most developers out there, we've been developing single-player games since our start 10 years ago. We knew that to compete in today's market, we would have to make the leap to online and do it very quickly. Fortunately, with Sony's help, we were able to do it in a matter of months. Our second goal, create two great tastes that taste great together. Chocolate, peanut butter, you know, whoever thought that would work, right? Well,
Yeah,
for us,
no.
it was
So there's
online
no
and
chips.
action platforming.
So
Put them
gonna be
together,
garlic
create
bread and
something
chicken wings
completely
for me
unique.
tonight.
Furthermore, when we started looking at what was
Weird
out
combination,
there
but I think it could
online,
work.
we realized that
Sounds
most of the games
good.
are very realistic. Most of the games take themselves really seriously. We asked ourselves, where's the humor in online games?
I mean,
where are the farm
fucking-
animals? Nobody's doing it.
Chicken wings are really
The
good.
third goal we had,
And
create
garlic
network
bread, if you can
shoppers.
get that
Let's broaden
perfect
the
little
online
middle
market by
ground,
bringing
where the
online to a new
crust
audience.
is nice and
Consumers
crispy,
who play
and then the
games like
center
Ratchet
of it
& Clank,
is sort of soft, so it's got
These
this
players are
little
less likely to make the
melting
jump
texture in
online
your
than any
mouth.
other market
Exactly.
Oh!
Ratchet & Clank Up Your
Thank you
Arsenal
for having correct taste.
Now let's talk a little bit
You
about
understand, bravo.
Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal. We've got 6 big battlefields, 2 of which we're showing off here at E3. The game is peer-to-peer, and we can play 8 players at a time. For those who don't have network adapters, we also support split screen, so you can play.
Oh, maybe
against
it's
3
not the
friends
third
at
one,
home.
because I know... No, it
Furthermore,
is,
we're
it
offering
is.
strong community
Because
support.
I have
We've
more
got
memories of
full-featured
Deadlocked,
online lobby with all
which is the
developers
one where
you
he
expect to see
gets
from
stuck on,
dedicated
like,
online
the
game. Features like
arena
plans,
planet,
buddy
and he
lists,
has his little
backtracking,
2
fast
robot
protected
buddies.
games,
as like
Furthermore,
party
we're also
members.
supporting real-time
Because I
voice
remember
chat
that
with
having an
headset.
online mode.
8 players can be speaking at a time, and we will run at a consistent 60 frames per second. Now, this is a first for the PlayStation 2. Now,
But I
Spore
guess,
has the online mode
unless
here.
I'm getting my
We're
games
offering
mixed up,
Siege
but I
mode,
guess the third one had
Captain's
online
Flag,
as well.
Deathmatch, and in a few seconds, we'll be showing off Siege mode, where we'll also demonstrate.
To be fair, most of
co-op
my
vehicles,
memories are
destructible
with
environments,
Deadlocked and
very
the
cool
second
weapons and
game.
gadgets that make up the Ratchet universe. And yes, you can turn your friends into sheep online.
Fuck yeah.
So, I would like to start things off by introducing
Man,
our
this dude's
players,
dressed
all
like
from
Ben
Insomniac
10.
Games. First, the red team. Brian Hastings, our vice president of
You
programming.
see it, right?
Scott Reeser,
See what?
online
That
programmer.
dude's dressed like Ben
Sam
10.
Christensen, our director of gameplay, and Sam Christensen, online programmer. On the blue team, Brian Allgaier.
Oh yeah, I do see it now. It's the color combination.
You can't unsee it now.
And Doug Finch, our QA manager.
Also, I forgot to mention earlier, but 60 FPS in 2004, impressive.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I've said this before, but not a lot of people used it, but the PS2 was capable of HD 1080p.
Yeah.
So, you know, I imagine 60 frames per second is another one of those things where it was very much capable of it, it's just not a lot of people used it.
Yeah.
Furthermore, you can see that we've got vehicles operating here. We've got, let's see over here, we've got guys using the different weapons. We've got different skins going on in the game. This vehicle right here is the hover ship. It's one of our 2 vehicles we're offering. What's great about the hover ship is that you can take out destructible environments
Man,
and you can carry passengers.
I wish I
So
could
what he's
see the
doing right
gameplay.
Yeah, zoom in, yeah. I can, yeah, I mean, it's there, but...
Yo, the dude on the bottom right is just sitting there.
Yeah, he is. He's camping.
The gadget that we offer is from the Ratchet & Clank universe. But as you can see, using gadgets in this game is very important. We've got Magnaboost, ramps like this that you can walk up and down. This guy is destroying one of our bridges. This gives his team a significant advantage over the other team. Let's see what we also got here. This player here has just taken a node. Looks like he's going to be heading towards the blue base on his own. Now it's important to remember that you can't take a base by yourself.
Okay, so that's an immediate leg up at Microsoft's conference has on PlayStations. Whenever they showed gameplay, almost immediately it would transition from stage footage to direct game footage.
They have more nodes. Blue team is taking advantage of the red team by trying to snipe them from hidden spots here.
Oh, there you go!
Now the more nodes you get, the more your team
Took you long enough.
Because the other team will have to be spawned at their base and try to go all the way back to your base. This player right here is trying to turn his friend into a sheep. There we go. The first sheep in the game. If you turn into a sheep, you can actually respawn as a player if you stay away from the other characters. Here we got a character who's who's taking advantage of the Magnaboots. One of the great things about using the Magnaboots is you can stand on the ceiling and take out the turrets from afar.
That's pretty cool.
Let's see.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, actually.
You know, if you put, I'd like to see a multiplayer shooter like this, have the Magnaboot thing, but have rooms that use it with higher ceilings, because I feel like that'd be a great way to tactically stealth kill people. Because humans are known for one very fatal flaw, Evan. We don't usually look up. Have you noticed that? We don't look up.
Yeah, I know that's used as like the excuse in comic books where, how come they can't tell that you're flying? It's like, people don't usually look up.
And, I mean, that's a true phenomenon, but yeah, comics do take it to the extreme.
So I hope you all enjoyed that. We have that kind of mayhem going on at our offices constantly. But as you can see, Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal is a very cool combination of online.
He's got kind of a Ben 10 haircut, too.
It will expand the online market for the PlayStation 2. And once again, take the action platforming genre.
He's the one who
So please come by the Sony
inspired Ben 10.
Ben 10 after summer vacation ended.
Thank you very much.
He's only got that pattern on one side of his shirt. Why have that pattern on the front of your shirt and then just have the back be black? Ugh,
I'd like to thank Ted Price
No.
and the folks at Insomniac Games for that great presentation on Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal. In general, we feel that we're headed in the right direction, leading the online gaming charge. And we believe that we have learned a lot along the way. But with anything, we must evolve the experience.
What was Up Your
Again,
Arsenal
we
called
see
in
innovation
Europe?
on two fronts.
Because
Delivered by
obviously
us,
they'd
the
have to
platform
replace the
holder,
subtitle.
and by the creative community. So far, the content is there for users to experience and enjoy, but in general, without the community. Right now, non-revenue generating head-to-head gameplay is the norm, but not for long. We believe that the biggest potential driver for future growth is threefold: community building, commerce, and customization. As we move forward, one thing must remain constant, and that is control. And by control, I mean control from the content creator standpoint that includes the ability to retain their customer base, their IP, and customer relationship without mandates or interference from us. Control is also important from the general consumer point of view.
Got a new phone, by the way.
We see community
The old one
development
broke.
in two ways: managed by the platform holder and managed by the publisher.
This one actually
and
has a
developer.
QR scanner built
The
into
natural
it.
formation is gaming
Which,
communities. The next step
hey,
is
I mainly just
facilitating
use my phone
communication
for
between those groups in a natural way.
as an MP3 player because I
Our
don't
goal
have
is to
friends
foster
and I live in the same
platform-wide
house as my
community
mother, so
encompassing them all. Travelers
but you know,
cross borders between friendly
QR
states,
code reader
each with their own
is
customs and characters.
gonna be a
But
good
we are
upgrade.
not deviating from our strategic approach and philosophy. The content creator makes the most important choices and controls its own destiny. Our new approach
Okay,
allows
known
for
as
shared
Ratchet and Clank
consumer
3
data
in
options.
Europe. So
And
they
we will
just
be offering
they
a
didn't even
flexible
bother
solution
replacing the
policy for
subtitle.
those
They
that
just
need
got rid of it.
Or require it. A billing system is also under development as well. And we can guarantee a secured network through the DNAS solution that we have already established. The
Oh,
main
had a
thing with our
Metacritic
new
score of
approach
91
is
though.
that all of this will be seamless
Wow.
to the end user.
That's good.
That's really high.
Another big area of concern for the industry at large is how to make money in the online space. In fact, many
new
believe
phone.
that this is the only
Has a
thing holding
fingerprint
online gaming
scanner
back
on the
from
back.
becoming a true
You can
mass
unlock
market
it with
proposition.
facial recognition. It's got that
One
apparently.
factor that motivates consumers
Uh,
is price or cost of entry.
I might set
Our
up the
research
fingerprint
shows us
scanner
that
at some
consumers
point.
expect head-to-head play
but
for free, and in
I usually
fact,
just prefer to
state
be
that
able
a
to swipe
fee-based
my screen and
structure
unlock
is the
it.
main barrier to entry.
Um,
We believe that the way to monetize
it
online
has
gaming is through
4
mini
cameras
transactions.
on the back.
We can substantiate this statement by looking at what's happened with digital
I
music
guess that
downloads.
helps make
The
pictures
music
look
industry
better.
did not prepare itself for the future, a future that included the proliferation of online consumer usage. The music industry was almost destroyed.
Can't
by
customize
illegal
the
music
text
downloads.
notification sound though,
Then
which
Apple
is
entered the
sucky.
business and presented a business model based on mini transactions that the
Comes with an
consumers would be
in
willing
blue
to
light
pay for.
filter though.
But this is not the music industry.
Oh,
In
and
games, our
NFC
core is
reader.
based on the latest technology
Let's
practices,
see.
and I don't believe
What
that our
else?
industry is structured to allow an outsider
Dolby
to pave a
Atmos,
pathway to the future.
whatever that is.
Innovation and direction will always come from within. We view a future where small transactions are the norm.
But yeah,
Not just
given that I
among
use it
consumers and
as
content creators,
my
but
phone
also
primarily
among
as like
consumers themselves.
MP3 player, audiobook
We
player.
can make a fundamental shift by recognizing that the time a user puts into gaming
It's really
has
good
value.
in that it
For
came with when I went through the settings because I'm one of those people where when I get a new piece of tech, a new game or whatever, the first thing I do is see what the settings are.
In order to bring this to reality,
what settings I
we
can
need to be able
customize.
to offer the hardware
This
support.
in the sound settings
We released the
actually
internal
let you
40
set up
gigabyte
a
hard disk drive for
custom
PlayStation 2.
sound profile by giving a little test where it tests. It basically gives you a sound test where it plays a frequency in the left ear and then the right ear, and it asks you, "Can you hear this?" So that it sets up a custom sound profile for you.
That's cool.
So, like I said, since I use my phones primarily as like MP3s, that's good for me. Audio jack is on the bottom, which is a bit weird to me, but I guess I can see the thinking behind that, because, you know, if you're holding it up to your ear or you've got it out, your natural arm motion is to curve it downwards, I guess, is the thinking there.
That they have flexible options for their online game plans while still allowing them control to their business and manage their franchises as they see fit. We know through our platform plans that the online evolution and game development
thing that weirds me out, though, is it came with, I guess this is just a thing modern phones are doing now, where you can't take the back plate off. Instead, it came with like a little injector pin that you poke into a tiny ass hole on the side, and that pops out the little slot for the SDs and SIMs. Gonna have to get a new SIM card though, because my last phone used micro SIM, and this
uses the regular.
No, this uses nano SIM.
What?
Yep.
I didn't even know they had a smaller one.
Yep. On the bright side though, it has. On the bright side though, it has 2 SIM slots, so I could get a Northern and a Southern Irish SIM. Which, by the way, yeah. If you live in Ireland,
it's a PSP.
If you live in Northern Ireland, you inflict roaming charges just by going south. So having both a Northern Irish SIM and a Southern Irish SIM can be useful.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Well, because Northern Ireland is the part of the UK, and the rest of Ireland is Europe, so they're essentially treated as different countries, even though they're both part of the same tiny-ass landmass.
So important at this stage in the game. After building tremendous equity in the home
PSP did pretty well from what I remember.
Yeah.
It was so loud though.
We waited to introduce a
I'll never forget how loud it was.
I remember getting a PSP so it could play Birth by Sleep, and then my brother sat on it, and the screen broke.
Oh, sad.
I managed to beat Birth by Sleep before that happened, though, so that's good.
Digital music devices, productivity tools.
Let's see, what PSP accessories they recreate as artifacts in Astro's Playroom?
Already crowded space, but one with much growth opportunities. So, what is PlayStation Portable?
Is obviously the PlayStation Portable itself. Loves being held.
High quality, full motion video. Similar to PlayStation 2.
Okay, so you know what's great about the artifacts in Astro's Playroom?
Revolutionary as PlayStation, but in different ways.
When you pick them up,
and PlayStation Portable is a brand new format,
obviously they're like models of like PlayStation consoles and PlayStation controllers and accessories and stuff like that. But when it comes to stuff like the handhelds and the controllers, if you press a button on the DualSense, it shows that corresponding button being pushed in on whatever controller or handheld you're viewing at the time.
Nice.
Same goes with the analog sticks.
PlayStation Portable will allow consumers to enjoy 3D gaming,
which is a detail they didn't have to add, but they did, and I love it.
It also has the ability to deliver high-quality movies, music, and video, as well as other forms of digital entertainment content through one
They've got their
device.
UMDs.
It is based on a new optical disc medium developed by Sony called
That's what they're talking about.
Universal Media Disc.
There we go.
UMD.
The one that the game they went for showcasing the UMD as an artifact in Astro's Playroom is Bodoroko. So that's Loco Roco. Which I've heard good things about that game, but I've never played it. And I don't know anyone that's played it. All I know is the reception was positive.
The initial target audience for PSP is more
there's the PSP camera accessory.
in the home console space.
Portable cameras? They'll never catch on.
Males, and those users more
there's the PSP microphone. And here's a curveball that I didn't know existed.
And we know that
you can tell me if you knew it existed, Evan.
The secondary
the PSP GPS receiver.
And this audience is bigger, more diverse.
Right, that's weird.
Yeah. I've seen multiple people play this game, and none of them apparently knew that this was an accessory. So I don't know if it just never took off, or the advertising was bad, or if it was like a Japanese exclusive thing, or what. But it existed.
170 millimeters long.
Then there's the PSP Go,
and 23 millimeters deep.
Which I recall reception being that it was a solid little console, that it could slide in the controls and all that, but it didn't have any slots for the UMD. It was a completely digital console.
4.3-inch wide TFT LCD widescreen. The aspect ratio is
and that's all the
16:9.
PSP accessories. Then it
This
goes on the
enhances
PS3.
the in-game peripheral vision and enables the same kind of situational awareness one would have on a high-resolution display. One area of some discussion has been the amount of onboard memory, so I am pleased to announce that PlayStation Portable will have 32 megabytes of memory and 4 megabytes.
This was
of embedded
Sony's
DRAM.
attempt at
PlayStation Portable
usurping
has built-in stereo
Nintendo's handheld monopoly.
It includes onboard ports for headphones, microphone,
They did a decent job with the PSP,
power,
flubbed the third-party support for the Vita,
USB
and
is a
abandoned
delivery
it.
medium, and we will accommodate both regional and parental access control.
Which is a crying fucking shame, because this Vita was actually a good
So here's a
system.
look at PlayStation Portable's
Like,
main
it would have been
input
great if they'd just given it the support it needed.
We plan to
Well, it's
support
huge in
the
Japan.
Yeah.
802.11b standard for wireless local area network use.
See, like...
802.
But the second they were like, oh, we're not going to turn a profit with this, let's just throw it in the trash and abandon it.
To the internet and to each other at a very high speed.
The PS Vita deserved better, dude.
Profound implications for a world
It
bent
deserved
on
better.
Anytime, anywhere communication. We plan to support USB 2.0 and Memory Stick Duo Pro, which will make it easy for consumers to upload and download content between each other and devices between, for example, the PC. PlayStation Portable will have an IRDA or infrared data port and an IR remote using Sony's Circ standards. Battery and battery life are key aspects of portable gaming. PlayStation Portable will
Either
have
that dude had
a
really big hands, or the
lithium-ion
PSP
battery.
is smaller than I
Made of
remember.
Lithium-ion batteries are much lighter and ideal for mobile devices. They have the longest
Probably
operating
the
life
latter. I had it
without
when I was a
having to be
kid.
recharged. So what is the battery life going to be on PlayStation Portable? It will be on
Everything
par with
looks big when you're a
traditional
kid
handheld
because you're
systems for
small.
approximately 10 hours. It is comparable to an HDD-based portable music player, or approximately 8 hours. Or it'll be comparable to portable DVD players, which in many cases is about 2.5 hours. We are planning for a wide range of peripherals for PlayStation Portable. Some you may expect.
PSP was
and
great
other
for like
non-conventional
RPGs
items.
and stuff.
Some of the standard peripheral plans include a stand, remote controller, headphones, battery pack, carrying case, and of course
Not
a
so
strap.
great for other kinds of
Other new
games.
items that will be a first on PlayStation
But you know, that
Portable
didn't
are
stop
a
them from
USB
trying to
camera,
put a GTA
GPS
game on
systems,
it.
and a keypad, all custom designed for the product. UMD is set to become a new global format, one that can be used in many future products.
I'm surprised Sony didn't immediately... I'm surprised it took Sony till the Vita to decide, hey, having two sticks on the PlayStation on the DualShock was a really good idea. Maybe we should do that with our handheld?
Of a CD-ROM. This format is the perfect solution to delivering high-quality CD games, movies, music, and many other forms of digital entertainment.
I wonder if there was some like
It will come
technical
with lower
limitation with
manufacturing costs,
handhelds that
which
kept
will
them from
ultimately
putting
minimize
sticks on
inventory
them.
risk and allow for a more progressive business model. And as with any initiative from Sony Computer Entertainment, games, great games, are viewed as the most important application. This is how we view PlayStation Portable for the very best games, now portable play on the go. The difference that PlayStation Portable makes is now that we have the ability to bring modern 3D console experience to a mobile platform. We're very excited about this opportunity, and this enthusiasm is shared by many in the industry. It was important to make PlayStation Portable very easy to develop for, to encourage the types of support that consumers have come to expect with PlayStation products.
And then they made the PS3 infrastructure a nightmare for developers.
And a robust compiler. In the past, we've seen new systems with greater power, but at the price of higher development costs.
Like, that was one of the big downfalls, from what I recall, of the PS3, was that apparently it used a really foreign infrastructure, that devs just had this huge learning curve when it came to figuring out how to use it properly.
Without high-end console development expenses. And because of this, we are seeing a lot of variation in PlayStation Portable games even now. The key product drivers rest in 4 areas. First is the development of original intellectual properties. Second is the extension of existing PlayStation franchises reborn in new and in different ways. The third is the ability to leverage the equity built into PlayStation 2 products for interoperability between our home console and PlayStation Portable. And finally, not to be undervalued, is the advent of wireless gaming and all of the possibilities that this may bring to the market. We view our world as one with a connected future.
I think one of the Monster Hunters on PSP did really well.
To many other platform devices like PlayStation 2, other PSP units.
Actually, you know what? Let me look this up. What are the best-selling PSP
offer some
games?
Really exciting possibilities for games and the gaming market. As with our home consoles, we're fortunate to have support from all of the best companies in the business on PlayStation Portable. This includes 34 companies from Japan, like Konami, Capcom, Namco, and Bandai. 24 companies from North America, like Electronic Arts, Activision, THQ, and Take-Two. 31 companies from Europe, like Ubisoft, Atari, and Codemasters.
So, starting from the 10th place, the top-selling PSP games were Daxter,
from all of the Sony Computer Entertainment studios
which, you know, was that Jak and Daxter game where you play as the little sidekick for the whole thing.
At some of the fruits of their labor.
Monster Hunter Freedom 2, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII.
We're gonna switch and flip so we get the hits that'll make you move your hips. In line with the funky rhyme, and the people say we're gonna lose our mind.
Yeah, I played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! What was the Tag Duel one? Duel Academy, probably.
God of War Chains of Olympus comes in at 7. Ratchet and Clank Size Matters. Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Gran Turismo. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. So yeah, Monster Hunter on PSP was big.
Oh yeah.
Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories and Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories. So basically, PSP was a great Monster Hunter machine. That's what I'm gathering.
Yep.
Man, Darkstalkers needs more love.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. And now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a man and a business partner from one of the industry's most prominent publishers who has joined us on stage on several occasions in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the president of Electronic Arts Worldwide Studios, Don Matrick.
He went to 2 different conferences.
Yep.
EA dominated. Like, that was when their peak was 2004 to 2007.
Let's see. Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker was 12th best-selling. City was 13th. Fuck yeah.
Partnerships in the entertainment industry.
Birth by Sleep was tied for 17th with Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Including Madden, NFL, and SSX. By the end of that first year, we had a 40% market
God
share,
Eater was top,
and we never
was
looked back.
20.
We consider that achievement to be the reflection on our commitment to Sony.
I actually could have read
PlayStation 2
this whole
showed
list.
us
It's only
how
22
important
spots.
Great content
Oh well.
is to the launch of any new hardware. And Sony has always understood it's all about great software. When PlayStation Portable debuts next year, EA will provide the same degree
Oh, you
of
can tell he
support
just came from the
that we gave
Microsoft
the
conference. He's
PlayStation
talking
2.
about software.
We've committed the resources
Yep.
and the people to make the PlayStation Portable a huge success. Right now, more than 100 of EA's best engineers, designers, and artists are doing early work for this system. When PlayStation Portable debuts next spring, EA will have a minimum of 4 titles supporting the launch. These titles include NBA Street, NFL Street, Tiger Woods PGA Tour Golf, and Need for Speed Underground. Everyone at EA is excited about the look and feel of these games. I want to show you some footage that captures early code run on a PC architecture. The emulator we're using is based on early specifications that Sony released in their public statements about the
Emulator,
PlayStation
you can't
Portable.
do that. That's illegal.
I think you're going to be impressed. The super sharp graphics and 16:9 aspect ratio give these games a look that I think will soon be identified with the PlayStation Portable. Let's take a look.
Okay, that's one way to start a song. So what happened to Tiger Woods anyway? Did he just like retire, or did he go for a controversy?
He retired. No, that was a gigantic controversy, but he still played golf and did well.
Because from the way I understand it, most sports careers end in either crippling injury that forces you to stop playing, you retire, or you go through a controversy.
Yep. Pretty much. I mean, Tiger Woods did go through a controversy, but he kept playing.
Before I leave, I want to thank Kaz, Kutaragi-san, and all the people at Sony Computer Entertainment. Every year, you make gaming more fun.
Thank you, Don. Thank you. Mr. Don Matrick. A special thanks to Don for joining us here today. And we look forward to hearing and seeing all of EA's titles on PlayStation Portable in the very near future. As I mentioned, UMD is a really unique format specifically designed to accommodate digital entertainment needs through PlayStation Portable. We view games as the killer application for this product. But part of the process of establishing a new global format...
I do remember that they tried to also push the PSP as like a portable movie player.
The gaming companies have definitely showed us the way.
Yeah, didn't work as well.
But we have also received interest from other major entertainment partners outside of games that see the overall market potential. This support includes movie studios and music.
Ironically, because of the
Part of
UMD
attracting is their
format.
confidence in our ability to make
Like, if people had been
PlayStation
able
portable
to
success the level that
plug,
we have
buy
done
a DVD
with our
that
own
they could
consoles.
plug into the DVD
And
player
we have
and their
guaranteed an
PSP,
open profile
that
policy
would have
licensing
sold it
model
really
to
well.
encourage their support. And now we would like to show you demonstrations of UMD content from some of our content partners. The first demo comes from our sister company, Sony Pictures Entertainment. You might have heard that they're planning to release a new Spider-Man feature film next month. Here is one of their latest movie trailers.
Oh no,
for
Spider-Man
2,
3 is coming.
running on PlayStation Portable.
I enjoyed watching it. I don't care what anybody says.
I believe there's a hero.
I haven't watched it since I was really young, and I remember just being really bored.
Even though sometimes we have to give up the thing we want the most.
Barker! Where you been? Looking for you all morning.
You're late.
Always late. You're fired.
Look at you, Peter. Your grades have been declining. You always appear exhausted.
Simmons made that move. That's the guy that plays Jonah, right? Simmons? Something? Simmons?
Busy taking pictures of your friend. Spider-Man killed my father.
No matter what I do,
Do you love me or not?
no matter how hard I try,
I want Spider-Man dead.
it's the ones I love who will always be the ones who pay.
I can't keep thinking about you. I'm getting married.
I want a life of my own. I'm Spider-Man. No more.
You look different.
I let things get in the way before. There was something I
Reading the comics now, it's insane how closely these three movies keep to them.
Octavius is gonna put Oscorp on.
Like, they even have Betty Brant as the receptionist at the Daily Bugle.
Crazy scientist turns himself into some kind of a monster. 4 mechanical arms welded right onto his body.
You take Spider-Man's pictures. Where is he?
It's taking me off your loyalty to Spider-Man and not your best friend.
Like, these movies are hammy as fuck, but I think they're the most faithful to the comic lore.
There are bigger things happening here than me and you.
Also, yeah, I just looked it up. He's played by J.K. Simmons. I, like many people, view him as the de facto J. Jonah Jameson, because he just does it so well.
Let's see who's behind the mask.
It's like Mark Hamill's Joker. Yeah, other Jokers can do it really well. But it takes a lot to match Mark Hamill in terms of... The only person I think who's come close is Heath Ledger. I've heard great things about Joaquin Phoenix, but I haven't watched that movie yet. I really need to, though.
Final Fantasy.
Surprised you haven't.
Final Fantasy Advent Children is a fully developed visual entertainment sequel to Final Fantasy VII, the seminal...
I remember how underwhelming it was.
Through more than
Apparently they made like a better version of it, and we're gonna get a better version of it, so...
Well, all I remember is Dilly Dally Shilly Shally.
2 years after its dramatic conclusion. Square Enix announced that Final Fantasy Advent Children is coming to DVD.
Okay,
and now
Evan.
We're pleased to have this as part
Imagine,
of
right?
our UMD video.
Watching Advent Children when you haven't played any of the Final Fantasy VII games.
Mistake.
That was me as a kid.
Mistake. But now it's canon.
The action scenes were cool, at least. Square Enix know how to fucking choreograph a fight.
The planet weaves a cruel fate for men. Children are always the first.
Which is why I'm really hyped for this apparent Cage series they're making for Disney Plus, because they've got the Square Enix CG guys on it. which gives me hope that we're gonna get some cool Keyblade fights.
Reunion.
Lost hope. Respite for the soul. And so he takes.
From what I understand, this is also what started Cloud's overwhelming characterization of brooding edgelord. Because in original Final Fantasy VII, he was less of an edgelord and more of a snarker. Which, you know, they're similar personality types, but it's an important distinction. Oh.
That motorcycle's awesome, though.
I have two very distinct memories of this movie. Okay, I had three. I have Sephiroth versus Cloud. I have Cloud being thrown up into the air by all his friends, because that's the most anime bullshit ever. And I have the fight with Tifa in the church. Because that piano... Look, I love the piano, Evan, and that was a really good piano rendition of, For Those Who Fight Fervor, I think it's called.
Final Fantasy VII. Advent Children.
Also, you know, women who fight with their fists are cool.
Yeah, a very anime thing, though.
I'd like to thank Square Enix for providing us with this content to share with you all this morning.
Yeah.
The UMD format also offers
Most real-world women, at least in America, from what I've seen, their preferred weapon is pepper spray.
UMD will allow
Yes.
to distribute all types of content, fusion of music and video through PlayStation Portable. The next demo was provided by Sony Music Entertainment. It is a video from one of the hottest alternative bands in the market today, Incubus. They just released a new album.
I kind of want an urban fantasy RPG where one of your party members fights with pepper spray.
That'd be pretty funny. One problem with the PSP is it can do all these things, but the memory to get the really big memory cards for it was really expensive. So you can only really do so much with it. That's why the Vita was so much better. Is that
Incubus, ladies and gentlemen.
maybe I should get one.
As you can see, the possibilities are endless.
If you're going to, you better do it soon because they're closing the store.
Extending Sony Connect's digital music service to PlayStation Portable users. Launched last week, Sony Connect will be first available on PlayStation Portable in the United States. Please allow me to extend a special word of thanks.
And all those Vita games that were digital only, Evan, they're going to vanish into the ether.
For those great demonstrations.
Because Sony doesn't give a shit about their legacy content.
Calendar end 2004 target in Japan. Fiscal end release for North America and Europe, or by the end of March 2005, with Korea and other markets.
All Sony cares about is being the big blockbuster company.
Pretty much. That's an excellent point.
That's not speculation either. There have been a lot of reports coming out from interviews and former employees that pretty much confirms that's the only thing they care about.
Thank you, Kaz. Hi, everyone. I'm Masashi Tani, Chief Technology Officer, Sony Computer Entertainment. I'm very pleased to be here today. In March 2001, IBM,
okay, you know what?
Toshiba, and SE announced
after these free conferences, there is one video I do want to show off. Forget the show floor footage. I'm going to shove that aside to make room for this. Because I love it, and it needs more attention, personally.
Many architects and engineers
You'll see what it is.
have been working hard on day and night to develop innovative cell processor. Cell processor has burst floating capabilities designed for rapidly increasing computation requirements.
So I think like
Massive data
phones were like at the
bandwidth
flip
is
phone
introduced
stage
to
at this
support
point.
Huge floating point performance. In addition to this, outstanding performance.
Man, I know the
processing
design
architecture
for that would be
enables
impractical given the way
scalable
phones
systems
work
for
now,
higher
but
performance applications.
flip phones were so cool.
By bringing supercomputing capabilities
Yep.
to digital entertainment creation, Sony, SCE, and IBM believe to innovate digital content entertainment with cell processor. Today, I am very pleased to announce to you that Sony, SCE,
You know, if I ever
and
get a
IBM
fidget toy,
are
I
agreed
want
to
it to be
develop
like just
a
a
cell
fake flip
processor-based
phone that I can flip open and
The
close.
workstation will fully use the supercomputing performance of the cell processor. The workstation aimed for
Because
digital
doing that
content
is just
creation
so
and application
satisfying.
is the first computing application announced for the cell processor. Now, let me introduce our key person from IBM, Mr. Bob Hansen. Bob, please stand up.
I didn't even know fidget toys were a thing until fidget spinners took off.
Bob is the project lead
Mhm.
of cell processor-based workstations at IBM since we started this project. IBM, Sony, and SCE will continue to work together to keep bringing innovations into the digital content creation. Our objective is to provide supercomputing for various digital entertainment applications. For digital content creation, there are so many techniques that require vast floating point capabilities. Modeling, rendering, physics simulation are some of the well-known techniques. Physics simulation changed racing game by calculating the precise motion of cars. By synthesizing real images with computer-generated facial expressions, totally new images are
Man, it's
created in
interesting seeing ray tracing becoming a thing.
Imagine a movie scene of 1,000 of people on the battlefield. Their autonomous behaviors are all generated by
Like, it's amazing to see how big a
The
difference ray
demand for
tracing can
computation
make to
is
certain games.
unlimited. Particularly, demand for floating point capability is
Lighting, man.
skyrocketing.
It's easy to ignore
And it
how
will
big a
differentiate
difference
the
lighting can
quality
make
of
to
the
how
content.
something looks.
Definitely.
For various type of development and techniques shown here, a common development is the most desired by creators. It is essential to integrate various computation on a single workstation. To achieve this goal, our collaboration covers a wide range of content.
Collaboration.
It is from cell-based hardware, workstation hardware, to application including other layers in between. IBM empowers this project with technology and know-how accumulated over the years in the workstations. IBM is to develop
Man, IBM used to be super
workstations
big, didn't they?
as key systems for this
They
type of
are still
creation.
super big.
Sony, SCE
Are they?
will
I don't
bring
really hear
our
about them
assets
much anymore.
And experiences in digital content creation of movies and games.
Yeah, IBM was one of the biggest companies in the world. I don't know what they do now. They probably just own
The
everything.
innovation of the common development environment, including real-time OS, middleware,
They just
tools,
collect
and
royalties.
applications for digital content creation.
Certainly possible.
Computer-generated images are commonly seen in movies and as well as
Man.
games. Modeling, animation, character
You know
and
who
scene
must
creation
feel like
are
shit
primary
right now?
objectives in the creation of computer-generated images.
The guy who decided to sell the
Common
licensing
development
rights for the Star Wars
Running
toys
on
to Lucas.
Cell-based workstation offers a flexible and dynamic environment for
Because those
the,
shits made
content
so
creation.
much money.
The technologies for creating movies and games have become closer. The common development environment with cell-based workstation will benefit the content creators in various stages of development process. In addition to the effectiveness of development, The
Yeah, I
supercomputing
remember like
capability
by the
to
time we
create
reached like
digital
mid
content
PS3,
will push the quality of the
there were
content
certain games where
much
I
higher
could
than
show
that
them
of
to my
today.
mum and she legitimately thought they were movies.
In game development, programming, authoring, simulation, and interaction development are the key
Like
objectives.
live action movies. Like the
Unlike
one that immediately comes to
non-real-time
mind
content,
that I showed her and she thought it was like an
interaction
actual
design,
live
such
action
as
movie.
control gameplay becomes one
LA
of the
Noire.
important elements in creating real-time content. For the game development of our next generation entertainment system, SCE will introduce a cell-based game development system. Cell-based game development system will be the main tool for programmers. The system has dedicated architecture for
Man, that
targeted
game wound up
game
being
platform.
so good, but I feel
Cell
so bad
processor-based
for everyone who
workstation
had to work on
shares
it.
common development environment with game development systems. Thanks to the common
Because if
development
you've heard the
environment,
stories, Evan, it was a
cell-based
fucking
workstation
sweatshop.
will help game development for massive computation tasks.
That's sad.
Like physics simulation and encoding and authoring of video content. Now we envision a couple years from now.
And it was another company
games
who did
and
it,
movies
like a good 90% of the game
converge
too.
to create
And then
full
Rockstar just
entertainment.
came in, finished the last 10%
It will
and
be
took the
different
credit.
from what we know as games
Yikes.
or movies today. When movies and games are created, the data of the world for games and movies are constructed and stored on the cell-based workstation. When multiple cell-based systems are connected to the broadband network, cell-based system will form a single cyber world. In the cyber world of cell-based systems, citizens, vehicles, buildings, and the cities are generated and operated by multiple cell systems connected through broadband networks. Cell-based
So is this
next-generation
dude talking about the
entertainment
Matrix
system
or what?
is also a part of the cyber world. User will jack in to the cyber world.
It does kind of sound like the Matrix.
And user will be able to navigate
when the
cyber
user
world
jacks in.
seamlessly. This
That's
is
such a cool phrase.
Broadband entertainment. I have one last important news for you. The first prototype of cell-based workstation is coming in the fourth quarter of the 2004. We are committed to innovate digital entertainment with cell-based content development environment. Today's announcement is the beginning of a huge paradigm shift triggered by cell processors.
Paradigm
I
shift.
believe that it is go beyond the borders of digital entertainment to revolutionize technology and business in the future. So everyone, please look forward.
The words paradigm
what's waiting
shift
for you in the
immediately
very
make me
near
fucking
future.
think of
Thank you
Final
very
Fantasy
much.
13.
Oh, yeah, that's what it's called. I forgot. I think of Sam Hyde every time I hear the word paradigm shift.
Thank you, Masa. Thank you. I'd like to thank Masa for being here today to share some of our plans for the next generation in computer entertainment.
I know a lot of people
And
diss
I
on
would
the
like
Final
to thank
Fantasy
all of you for joining
13
us
combat
here
system,
today
but I
this
honestly
morning.
think it's not too
As you
bad.
can see, we have a lot of really new
Like, I think
Press
in
X
store
to
for you.
win. It's so boring.
It 100%
Please feel
isn't
free to
though.
stop by our booth to experience
Like,
new
that's
dimensions
what it is
of
for random
PlayStation
encounters.
for yourselves.
Sure,
Thank you, and
but
have a
that's
great
how
day.
random encounters work in every other RPG anyway.
I just remember thinking the combat was really awful in 13.
The thing about it is that it's got a learning curve, because yeah, your initial instinct is just to press X and let the auto battle do it. But doing that isn't actually taking advantage of the combat system, and it isn't going to win in boss fights.
Okay,
because
can we take 5? I need to quickly get some food.
Go
More
ahead.
food. Alright, cool. Burp.
Let me just... Let's see, pause. So yeah, what I was saying was, Final Fantasy XIII's combat system, yeah, your initial instinct is just to use the audio attack and be done with it, but that doesn't get you through bosses, and there is a fair amount of depth there with being able to juggle enemies and, rack up combos and stuff like that if you plan things out correctly. That I feel like with just little bit of revision, it could go from an alright combat system to a great combat system. Also, personally, one of the big downfalls for me is, I feel like that's not the kind of combat system to have where we're playing by the rules of if the party leader dies, you all die.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that in RPGs. Like, sometimes it makes sense, but most of the time it doesn't.
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Lives worth living.
Oh, baiting Kados.
Worlds worth exploring. Wars worth raging. Weapons worth firing. Parents worth saving. Corners worth turning. Okay. Guns worth loading. I mean, we already had guns, okay, but... Engines worth, throttling? Treasure worth stealing. Innocence worth protecting. Rockets worth launching. Games worth playing. We make games that make games worth playing.
Cool.
Nintendo. I saw Reggie in the thumbnail as well, meaning this is the Legends debut. Oh, there he is!
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names. And we're about making games.
Fuck yeah! A planet torn into light and darkness. And they're not wasting any time. Into the light. A darkness grows. Into the darkness, a hero returns. Out of the darkness, a creature is born. Hunter or hunted. Oh, this game had a multiplayer mode?
Mm-hmm.
Huh, I didn't know that. Let there be light. Metroid Prime 2 echoes.
We like games with big stars and big explosions.
Man, his first line and first words in an E3 were really like representative of his time at Nintendo.
Yeah.
Star Fox game where you play on foot. Yeah, can probably afford to turn my brain off.
Why? You could play on foot in 64.
Yeah, but did you have whole levels on foot? I think that was the main, like, issue people had, right?
Star Fox Assault's a great game.
Maybe this one got the balance right then. Between the air combat and the ground combat.
It was pretty well balanced. I guess it was just different.
I'm just used to everything but the first one in 64 being dissed. I guess is the thing.
And we like games so scary, they keep you up at night.
Oh, that's music. Oh, it's copyrighted music, probably.
Yeah.
In an
Resident
isolated
Evil 4.
village, fear awaits. What happened to the villagers? Are they human? Or are they something else? I've heard great things about this one. It seems like it got like one of the best balances between the survival horror atmosphere and the cheesy B-movie ham.
Yep.
That the franchise has seen. As well as like being really solid on like a gameplay level.
Yeah, people love this game.
I've also heard like the Wii version, it's a lot of people's favorite version because it has a lot of the bonus content from the other versions, and the aiming with the Wii remote works really well apparently.
It is game time. It's a new day for me, and a new day for Nintendo. So let's get a couple things straight right off the bat. Part of my job is finding a way for you, the game experts, to have fun.
Ooh.
At the same time, I understand if you're among the terminally hip, Nintendo
The
isn't your only
terminally
choice
hip.
for gaming. But maybe what you've already seen helps you understand that we're serious about expanding what we do. We also understand that we're not going to run our company just for hardcore gamers. There are gamers out there who aren't as knowledgeable as you, gamers who aren't your age, gamers who don't have your tastes, gamers who live for Mario and Yoshi and Pokemon.
Yep.
It's my job, it's Nintendo's job, to make sure we satisfy all the gamers.
This is basically Nintendo looking at Sony and Xbox going all in on the edgy teen market and being like,
On the press tour,
how about we make games for everyone?
we know what you've seen and heard. So let me draw a comparison. One of our competitors is a manufacturer in Japan who wants to capture every one of your entertainment dollars, transporting all your content between all your electronics devices on their memory sticks. We're not that company.
Oh, calling out Sony.
And there's another company out there who doesn't care.
I know that, I forget if it was for the Vita or the PSP, but I know that the Sony restricting it to their own proprietary memory sticks was a big sticking point.
We're not that company either. Over the years, I know you've heard a lot of Nintendo people say, we're all about the game. Well, guess what? We are. Whether you're talking about Donkey Kong or Tetris, Madden or Mario,
Man,
Metal
this
Gear
guy's
or
got
Resident
presence.
Evil, he with the best games wins. Always been that way, always will.
Dude fucking put all his points
As
into
this company
charisma.
moves forward, you're going to
He's
see
very
more
intense.
Nintendo
Yeah.
games and different Nintendo games, and most importantly, new ways for you to relate to your games. But let me tell you one other thing. This is not a promise for what we're going to do sometime in the future. It's what we're doing right now. And if you don't realize that, listen closely. While others are talking, Nintendo is acting. Let me ask you a question. What company right now is driving category sales? If you said someone other than Nintendo, you're wrong. We have momentum, have had it since late last year. And if you don't feel it yet, you will. I'll promise you that. Now, I'd like you to welcome a guy who's been essential in building that momentum, George Harrison.
Well, good morning. Reggie mentioned what's going on in the market right now, so let's take a look. This graph shows the industry sales, excluding Nintendo, over the last 2 quarters, compared with the previous period. Now, you don't need an MBA to realize that this really isn't a pretty picture. A full half year of negative growth. Now, let's look at what Nintendo's done in the same time periods. In the last 3 months of last year, up a whopping 21%. And in the first quarter of this year, despite the fact that we're competing with our own success, last year launching Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, Zelda Wind Waker, and even Game Boy Advance SP, we're up another 7%. So without Nintendo, there would be no growth. On the console side, we see plenty of business yet to be done in this generation. And unlike one of our competitors, who appears anxious for this generation to end, we're intent on fully playing out our hand. It's how we've always played the game, because it works. Right now, industry growth is being delivered by Nintendo, only by Nintendo. And that's because we're focused on the here and now. Here's the up-to-date scorecard on the console business. Over the last year, Sony has sold through about 6 million machines. That's a decline of about 28% from the year before. Microsoft moved about 3.2 million machines, essentially flat with the previous year. During that same period, Nintendo sold through over 3.3 million units of GameCube, a jump of 41%. And yes, that is good for second place. So when you run the software equation, you get a very similar answer. Nintendo GameCube is more than holding its own. So far in 2004, we've sold more games per system than Microsoft, and we're closing in on Sony. Now, overall, the 3 systems combined have sold about 38 million units in this generation. And we believe that the potential for this generation is more than 55 million units. That means there are almost 20 million units still to be sold. And you have to ask yourself, what will sell them? Well, this is the 4th system that Nintendo has introduced and managed to the back half of a console cycle. And we've learned that success here always relies on the same 3 things. First, we've all burned through the hardcore early adopters, the gamers who want the most extreme challenges. They want them to occupy them for weeks or days at a time. The late adopters want something else. They want pure entertainment, entertainment that's easy to get into, and often just for a quick burst of time. And second, they want familiarity. They want names and characters from past generations that they're comfortable with. And finally, and most importantly, they want value. They're hunting for bargains. Major play for minor pay. Now, any of these three factors can win the market share in the back half of the console cycle. But if you've got all three going for you, this is what you get. We dropped the Nintendo GameCube price in late September.
It was $100.
Sales were up 50% over the same period in the previous year. After 60 days, they were up 58%. And counting through the holidays, even though we had already begun to run out of inventory, we sold more than 73% more GameCubes than we did in the prior year.
Yeah, everybody got it for Christmas, basically.
This chart does two things.
Yeah,
First,
that's how it usually
it
goes.
shows you
Holiday
why
sales
Nintendo
are
driving
a
growth for
big
the
deal.
industry. And at the same time, it sets the bar for sales performance from our console competitors. Can those competitors grow 73% in their
Most
first 90
people
days after the price drop?
buying a new console are ever going to
Well,
do it
we'll
on
see.
release or at the
Importantly, though,
holidays.
this effect will be quite some time
That's where
before
most of
someone
the
can match
sales are
our
going to come
$99
from,
price point.
I think.
The value advantage in a value-conscious market clearly remains with Nintendo. Now next, we're fully deploying the familiar franchises that are so popular with the mass market. At the top of our briefing, we showed you 3 games designed to move the souls of even the most veteran gamer. And we're intent on expanding the GameCube's appeal. But we're not going to do it by ignoring the casual players who are just in it for a little bit of fun. On the show floor tomorrow, you'll see our market movers in action. A new Donkey Kong adventure, a new Pikmin, a move for Advance Wars to GameCube, and Mario making 2 appearances.
I didn't know Advance Wars had a GameCube version.
In all, Nintendo's GameCube library will grow to more than 400 games this year.
Speaking
I had a bunch of
Common
games.
factor among all of
Speaking
them
of games
is
for the
fun.
casual market,
Now, new ways of interacting
Miitopia,
aren't just limited to
the Switch port for Miitopia
all
comes
aware,
out next month,
Pokemon is
and
again
the month
taking
after
the market
that,
by storm
Mario Golf
Fire
comes
Red
out.
and Leaf Green editions.
Huh.
They sold through nearly 2.5 million copies in less than 15 weeks.
I've pre-ordered Miitopia for myself. I'm a little unsure about it, but I've heard great things about it, actually, so...
This opens up whole new horizons for the creators. And in fact,
And yeah,
this
there's
supersedes
something
and playing wirelessly with more than a dozen titles.
fun about the idea of
Great
an
software
RPG where you get
and
to
innovation
create
like
and
this
customize
that
your
push
entire
every
party.
competitor out of the console out of the portable game space. And 9 serious competitors have made a run at Game Boy in the past 15 years. But 9 have failed. Game Boy doesn't just lead the handheld gaming market, it owns it. The Game Boy franchise this year is also making a significant revolution because of this feature, Game Boy Advance Video. No new hardware or accessories needed to play back pre-recorded material from these small video packs.
How did people
The first
really
title
use
includes
this?
multiple episodes of Pokemon and others on one pack. Well,
Because
those
I feel
sales-
like they're hyping it up
Initial
way
orders
more
are
than
already over 2 million units.
is
We look forward to
you
soon
know,
to material with a decidedly older
appropriate.
appeal, and will have significantly larger memory capacity to allow even more video playback.
I don't remember anybody watching Game Boy videos.
Really widen Game Boy's appeal. But in an important sense,
I think some people maybe watch them in like long car trips, and that's it.
1/3 of all Game Boy Advance SP users are over the age of 18. And our classic NES line coming in June will bump the age appeal even higher. The new limited edition classic NES hardware and 8 classic games for $19.99 are sure to be a hit with gamers over the age of 25. Now let me take a moment to talk about the newest competitor in the handheld game. There is no doubt in our minds
I think
PSP will have
Fire,
some
yeah,
of the
Fire
same
Emblem would have been
for
starting to
exactly
get its
the
foothold in the
demographic
West.
of this audience today.
Because I know
But in this election year,
Marth and Roy doing well in Melee was like one of the
gets on the
things
ballot
that
next
encouraged
spring,
them to take the plunge.
more than 25 million Americans will have
And the
already
first
voted
game that
for
came
Game Boy
out in the
Advance.
West was like on the GBA, right? Like
Now,
a
if you're asking
Binding
if
Blade, I
PSP
think
can
it
catch Game
was.
Boy
Yep.
Advance,
Yeah.
No, the one after that, Reckono can.
to catch
Yeah.
Game Boy Advance. Since its launch in June of 2001, Game Boy Advance has sold more units than PlayStation 2 in America.
All these years later, we finally get an official translation of the original NES game. Available for a limited time only, even though it's a digital product.
100% market share of the handheld market. Will that decline? Well, it certainly can't.
Throwing it in the Nintendo Vault.
But that
Buy it
loyal
before you,
base
while you can,
of
chumps.
25 million Game Boy Advance owners is just the first of the many mountains that Sony has to climb. Game Boy Advance SP is built to be tossed in the backpack, carried in the briefcase, or even
Yeah.
dropped in an airline.
My main concern was that I wasn't going to be able to grind because I wind up doing that in a lot of RPGs because I'm not all that great, so I rely on boosted stats to help me get through. Since, you know, strategy games and RPGs usually don't have difficulty selects.
Finally, those of you who've been
But you know,
around
the
the industry for a
arenas
while
are actually
realize that Game Boy
pretty good for
really
grinding.
is a platform like any
Especially when you have the ability to rewind turns.
Game Boy never would have built its initial audience
So that
without the
that's winding up not being an issue.
never would have leapfrogged into the sales stratosphere.
The SP definitely had superior battery life, probably 3 or 4 more hours worth.
It also introduced like the backlit screen, right?
Yeah, you could turn it on and off.
Which was like
Game Boy set an all-time record.
An innovation,
We sold through
actually.
more
Yeah.
than any other year in our history. And now,
what's the term I'm looking for? A godsend. That's it. Because like one of the major issues I always hear about that was a thing for the original GBA and the Game Boy was no backlit screen.
Mario Party and Mario Pinball all coming to Game Boy Advance.
I've heard decent things about the Mario Party games on GBA.
Game Boy Advance and Nintendo Game
I've heard they take a unique approach to it because obviously they need to put a bit more emphasis on the single player content because not as many people do a multiplayer via handheld. But yeah. Oh, Jungle Beat. I've heard this was an interesting one. Also, yeah, I didn't know Advance Wars had a GameCube game either. In fact, as far as I was aware, it only had one game. And that was like the GBA one. Oh, Mario Pinball looks like a neat game.
Poor Mario, though.
Why?
Being forced to be a pinball.
Oh, he turns into the pin. Oh, poor Mario, yeah.
I didn't know Mario versus Donkey Kong started on the GBA.
You know, I'm surprised there hasn't been another Sonic pinball game. Given that, like, one of his main abilities is rolling into a ball. Like, you've got Sonic Spinball for, like, the Genesis, and then you've got Tales of Symphonia, I hear is a classic. Then
game.
Yeah, then you've got Sega Pinball Party for like the GBA, and that's it.
Raiden Kados. Very unique RPG.
I've heard it's a great thing. Great. I think Dusk said it'd be very much up my alley.
Definitely.
Yeah.
The dubbing is pretty bad, though.
Meh. I can lower my standards as applicable. Beautiful Joe 2, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Actually, I forget if it's the first or the second one where you can unlock Dante as a playable character. I'd imagine it's the second one. Man, a lot of those tackles ended with people's crotches and people's faces. The confidence.
What we've talked about today are can't-miss products for Nintendo GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Games you'll be playing very soon. But there's something else in our future.
Tell me, Reggie.
I know that a lot of the portable gamers that we have, and there's millions of them.
I think the dual screen is going to be amazing. It's about changing the way.
Oh, fuck!
DS time. The DS freaking dominated.
It looks like it could be a really good concept. It's two screen systems, never been done before. Well, I think everybody else is going to have to catch up.
All my friends are talking about the dual screen coming out, and I can't wait for it to come out. I can't wait to see it.
Well, the wait is over. This is Nintendo DS.
Where's the screens on the side? I mean, the speakers on the side. I guess it's just a show version.
I don't even think those are fake speakers. I think those are just indents for the D-pad and the face buttons.
Dual screens.
So that the clamshell design works a bit smoother.
What the initials stand for to us.
It does add to the aesthetic, though.
Larger and more relevant meaning. DS, Developer's System. In creating DS, we've given the world's most talented gamers.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, DS doesn't actually stand for dual screen. It stands for like developer system.
Yep.
And of course, in the end,
Because you can develop your own stuff on a lot of the different mini games and stuff. The DS could do a lot of stuff.
changes Nintendo.
Especially once they put out the DS Lite, yeah.
You'll find Nintendo DS represents a brand
Like,
new way.
the only thing stopping the DS Lite from being the perfect handheld is that they took out the GBA support.
Yeah.
No, not DS Lite.
Also, it's not made of Nintendium.
Yeah,
like
the DSi.
original
The DSi.
Nintendo came down.
Yeah, but they kind of compensated for that a little bit with the clamshell design, which, from what I can tell, made it a little more durable when it came to falls and stuff.
Creators, they were very excited and eager to work on new development. They really liked DS.
The introduction of Nitro, or the DS, is going to allow us to take handheld gaming to the next level.
The history of the platform in the last 10 years is that improvements were made on only certain functions. It has been a long time since the platform itself changed radically.
With the DS, I think they set the next standard across the board for all kinds of things.
It's going to
Sony thought they could get a win in here, bringing in their PSP, and then fucking Nintendo pulls the DS.
More emotion, more excitement, and more fun for the player, which is basically what we are here for.
Things will totally change. We will think anew what we want to express and what kind of things we want players to enjoy using this platform. We're expecting to change the contents of the game, how to play the game, and how to make the game.
The DS will continue Nintendo's great success in the handheld gaming market.
It's very innovative technology that is clearly focused on immersing the consumer into the gaming experience.
Even like looking at the niche games that very few people talk about. There's some great titles on the DS.
Yeah.
Like
I think this is a prototype design because you see there's indentations where the speakers are supposed to be on the left and right side of the top screen.
I'm convinced those aren't for the speakers.
Admit it. Your left
They are though. I had a DS.
in terms of the numbers.
Oh, okay.
What's the horsepower?
To me, they looked like they were just indents to help the buttons and D-pad fit into clamshell.
Is different.
Although it's possible we're both right, and maybe that was the original purpose, and they were like, "Hey, this would be a great place to put the speakers."
Right.
In other words,
I'd say that's pretty likely.
Just a little bit faster down the same streets you've always driven, or down a new road to places you've never seen before. That's the difference with Nintendo DS. Let me explain how this new journey is going to happen. Up to now, most of what the world knows about DS are those two screens. Today, it's my privilege to tell you the rest of the story. But let's start with the two screens. Each is programmable in 2D or 3D. The choice is up to the game designer. This opens a wealth of options for the developers, and they're totally excited about it. The 3D quality is simply beautiful. Most of you remember how you felt the first time you saw Super Mario 64 on Nintendo 64. It was a breakthrough that took the industry by storm. But this is Nintendo DS action.
Yeah. Looking at the D-pad and the buttons there's indents around those as well that match with the ones at the top. Yeah, I think it's the case of...
Isn't it exciting?
That was the original intent, to help it fit into the clamshell design better, and then they were like, hey, this is a good place to put the speakers, it's practical, and it's aesthetically pleasing.
Now, how exactly do these screens get used? Well, again, it's developer's choice. But for starters, one character can stand 2 panels high, or take 2 different perspectives of the same battle, or monitor constantly available maps and menus.
Yeah, unlike a lot of their console gimmicks, the dual screen thing for the DS and the 3DS, that got used really well by like a lot of third-party games.
The same way you'll be playing it tomorrow.
A lot of third-party and second-party games.
Targeting and shooting now moves beyond buttons. Just tap the screen where you want to fire. Metroid's missions have always been nerve-wracking, but now they're non-stop.
Not to mention, this is like really early days for like touchscreen technology.
Oh yes, yeah, they were the forerunner in gaming at least.
Which, when you keep that in mind, when you consider that, the fact that the DS's touchscreen works so well is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Easily holding games with 1 gigabit of data and well beyond. The other plays all of your favorite GBA games.
Remember backwards compatibility?
Yeah.
Remember?
That's right.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure Nintendo would do that with their newer consoles, if it weren't for the fact that all their newer consoles use different disc/cartridge types, and it wouldn't be physically possible to...
Well, you can just put them all in the download store and get a bajillion dollars.
Incredible new forms of player control.
But yeah, Nintendo has an excuse. Sony bold-facedly doesn't care, and Microsoft, when it comes to the Xbox, they're the weakest of the free console powerhouses at the moment, I would say personally. But the one thing they 100% get right, and do way better than either of the other two, is backwards compatibility.
Feel this on Nintendo. And besides touch, there's talk.
Because you can still play original Xbox games on the newer Xboxes. And they even have technology that basically like automatically upscales the older games.
Nice.
Together, touch and voice opens vast new realms of game
Plus,
interaction.
all those old games from the original Xbox store are now on the new Xbox store.
Finally, my favorite two.
Meanwhile, Sony be over here like, hey, we're closing down the PS3 and Vita and PSP stores, and all the digital-only games that were on those, yeah, they're just gone now.
Extends up to 100 feet.
Oh yeah, and also you can only play back to PS4 on PS5.
Who says they can't connected play?
I mean, people don't want to play PS1, PS2 games anyway.
Local wireless takes on a whole new definition.
Yeah, the DS actually had wireless really early, and it was pretty good. Like, 50-ish feet, 100's way too optimistic.
I mean, Nintendo has always had a reputation of having pretty poor online, even to now, but I'd say, from what I've observed, I haven't had a chance to do it myself because no friends, but when it came to the DS's online, it seemed like they were pretty good at taking the forefront, because...
It was, This was a huge deal.
Yeah. I remember...
This was before everybody had Wi-Fi in their houses, just to give you a comparison.
Yeah, it was also like... This came out before, like, the PS3, so I think this is, like, one of the first consoles to have, like, a web browser, too. Unless, like, the original Xbox had one.
Listen again to the developers
which I wouldn't know. But, you know, DS's web browser, it was pretty basic, but it was still, you know, great. I used it for porn.
We look at the Nintendo DS as the next generation of portable.
Not going to comment on that, Evan?
It's more advanced, fully 3D.
I'm transfixed by the DS. It's just too sexy. This isn't even the final model either.
And I think this new memory format is really going to set the standard for how handheld devices are going to be created.
You know, I'm surprised I never got a Nintendogs game. That feels like the kind of game I would enjoy.
Touching is wonderful.
Yeah. So
it's the touch panels that make things easy. The games that took a very complicated operating system and input system.
You think they'll make a Nintendogs or a Nintendcats for the Switch?
Why not? It's like printing money if you make a game like that.
Most exciting parts of playing video games.
If they do, I should get it. I should try at least one of those games.
Be able to compete with a live person.
Because it does feel like my kind of
The
thing.
most exciting part of a product, the fact that a format like Nintendo DS supports that kind of multiplayer is tremendous because it really allows games to get to the next level.
We can use 4 screens when played by 2 players, maybe even 6 screens, or 8 screens.
Oh, you know what I loved about the DS though, when it came to like the multiplayer? Again, I never got a chance to do it myself, but even just like on paper as a concept thing, you know what I loved? Both players didn't need to have the cartridge.
With 2 screens. What about the touch?
Yeah.
So long as you had 2 DSs, all you need is one person to have the cartridge, and the other person could just download like a temporary version to do the multiplayer with you.
It was super cool, yeah.
Imagine a company doing that today. You can't.
No.
Because they would. Because they want to milk you for money and make you buy that second cartridge.
Yeah.
And even then, it's just the start. The benefits of DS will be rolling out for months and years following launch. And when will that launch come? We're targeting release of Nintendo DS in both Japan and America this year. And Europe and Australia in the first quarter of next year. It will come to the market.
Fuck you, Europe.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to video games, it's usually Europe and the
It's
U.S.
because they have the different like screens and shit.
No,
and
I was
power
about to say,
stuff.
I feel like it's usually Europe and the U.S. competing for the last place position. Because usually when it comes to non-international release dates, Europe gets the games last, and when it comes to like collector's edition stuff, Europe usually gets the better version.
Yep. That's so weird, but true.
Also, we usually get the Japanese box art, which is usually better than what the US box art ends up being.
Thank you.
Hey, there he is.
Proud when we
My boy!
ASCII switch with the NES instead of arcade joysticks. Proud of two-player gaming with the NES and four-player gaming on Nintendo 64. Proud of that analog joystick and the Rumble Pack and True 3D. We are proud.
Could you imagine if the DS had Rumble functionality?
All these advances are now industry standards.
Falls out of your hands.
Make us proud. But I think we are most proud of this.
Man, Nintendo loves pulling things out of their pockets.
Well, it's like a dramatic reveal. I like it.
Yeah, but watching all these E3s in back to back, I'm noticing that Nintendo in particular really loves to pull things out of their pockets.
It's not just more functions or higher specs. It is different.
I ain't complaining though.
Of course, Nintendo DS is not the only change in our future. That same word, different, also defines.
Are they about to announce the Wii? They ain't about to announce the Wii, are they?
It won't simply be new. It won't simply include new technologies.
I think the Wii was
2006.
2006.
Not enough. Today's consoles already offer fairly photorealistic expressions. Simply beefing up those graphics will not let most of us see
I don't know, Evan.
difference.
It feels like that's where this speech is going.
A new machine do for both game creators and game
Because you got to keep in mind, you're probably thinking about the release date of the
they
Wii.
must offer an unprecedented
They can
play
still talk
experience,
about it like a year or two
something
before it comes
no
out.
other machine has delivered before.
Well, yeah, but remember how they mentioned, oh, well, the other people are looking towards the next generation already.
Yeah.
But we're going to focus on this one and move all the way through.
That Nintendo is working on our next system, and that system will create
Oh.
a gaming revolution.
They were right.
Game development
Oh,
is underway.
God, were they right?
The impact of the new home machine comes, our revolution will be there. I suppose I could give you a list of our technical specs.
Okay, I think
would
they're
like
just
that,
teasing it, and next
but
year's
I
going to
won't
be the big
for a simple
showcase.
reason.
Yeah,
They really don't
I think so
matter.
too. Yes! He's like, screw the technical specs. Yes!
The time when horsepower alone made an important difference is over.
Well,
From this
not
time
until
on, we must
Not
this
strictly
generation.
speaking, but they've entered the period of diminishing returns.
Nintendo DS. So let me repeat.
Definitely.
Work on revolution is well underway. When you see it, you will be excited because you will experience a gaming revolution. And with Nintendo DS, video games will be changed. This week, I invite you to enjoy the great new experiences we are creating for Nintendo GameCube and Nintendo Game Boy Advance, and of course, the wonderful new Nintendo.
Man.
DS. Thank you very much.
Nintendo's Wii Sports was like one of the best pack-in titles I've ever seen.
Thank you, Mr. Iwata.
Like, I'm pretty
You've
sure,
all enjoyed our program
like,
this
maybe add a few extra bells and whistles, and
you
I
leave,
am
I'd like you to
100%
step
confident
inside
that
one
people would
more
have
world
paid
for Nintendo games.
for Wii Sports. Oh fuck, here it is, I think. Oh! Is this what I think it is, or...?
Conan the Barbarian?
No, Zelda. Yep!
Oh.
I called it, bitch!
It was a really nice looking game.
Blades will bleed. Shields will shatter. Or shelter, one of the two.
I don't remember this game very well, to be
But
honest.
as will the hero rise again? Or will darkness reign? Coming soon. Oh yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shigeru
Fucking
Miyamoto.
legend!
He always has fun.
Oh, that was a fucking smooth ass transition too. Like between the footage and him doing the fucking pose. Oh!
I'm not Link, but I do know him. Even after 18 years, the Legend of Zelda never stopped.
That was a cool thing too about Twilight Princess, of being able to do that cool, like, sheathing animation. If you press the button at the right time after doing the kill.
He will act different and look different.
Yep.
In order to grow, Link must not stand still. And neither can I. So, thank you. Goodbye.
What a pro.
Oh, I love him. I wonder if they had the wolf concept built out yet. Because based on the footage I've seen, there's definitely a good chunk of stuff that's different from the final release.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've spent my entire career marketing products to teens and 20-somethings.
I'd imagine the wolf stuff is at least in the planning phases, given how big it is to the final game.
They want great product and they want great value. They want cutting edge and they want legendary. They want the best of the past and they demand what's absolutely right now. Nintendo is delivering all of that. Zelda, Capcom's Resident Evil, Pokemon, Mario, and Nintendo DS all boost the momentum we're carrying into this E3 through the rest of this year and well beyond. We're giving players what they want for both GameCube and Game Boy Advance, and they're rewarding us with more market share. Funny how that works. As you've seen, Nintendo DS is not standing still. As a 10th serious competitor decides to make a run at Game Boy, DS raises the bar on portable gaming before they even get started. Nintendo DS.
Yeah, they're 100% being like, oh, Sony, you're making a handheld? Okay, look at all the people who came before you, bitches.
And so will
Nintendo reigns supreme.
I hope if we've done anything, it's to show you that this is a new day for Nintendo. We remain all about the game, all about the gamer, or in other words, all about you. Thank you and enjoy the show.
Okay. So personally, Sony is definitely in last place this year.
Yep.
When it comes to Microsoft versus Nintendo, I'm a little split. Microsoft had some really strong points, but I think when you combine the presentation, the on-stage presence, and the games they're showing, I think personally Nintendo just ekes out the first place. But it's a really close race between those two.
Yeah, I would say in terms of like having the old style where they show all the data and stuff, and they try to look cool and show all the games. Microsoft did a better job, but Nintendo, it's like they completely changed the format.
Yeah.
And they innovated the E3 format, and so yeah, they did really good in that respect. And I really appreciate the part where it's like, we're not going to even talk about all the specs, and they're just like, okay, we're going to show this game, we're going to talk a little bit, we're going to show this game, we're going to talk a little bit, and that is the new direct method for every E3 now.
In
so
fact,
there you go.
When Sony got their footing back into being hip after the PS3 knocked them out of arrogant mode, that's the approach they took as well. Show gameplay, talk a bit. Show gameplay, talk a bit. And it's a formula that's proven to work, because that's what the audience wants. You can talk about your market shares, you can talk about the specs, but it's not going to mean anything if you're not showing the games.
Yep.
Anyway,
precisely.
Like I said earlier, Evan, during the PlayStation conference, I'm gonna say fuck it to the show floor footage for this E3 Rewind, for this sole purpose of I can include something I personally care about that I feel needs a little bit more attention, and I'm sending you the link now.
Okay. The fans who refuse to let PlayStation Home die.
Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
On March 31st, 2015, PlayStation Home, the short-lived social space for PlayStation.
Now this is really important to me because PlayStation Home was a big deal to me back in the PlayStation 3 year. I never spent a single dime on any of the in-game shops or whatever. But
I got my PlayStation
you know me, Evan. I'm not always the best at putting myself out there and making friends, but I made some genuine friends through PlayStation Home.
6 years later, some of its most loyal fans just can't let go. They make their voices heard through online petitions and YouTube videos campaigning.
So it's like Second Life, kinda, but on PlayStation?
Exactly.
Completely restore PlayStation Home, but hopefully preserve it in video game history.
I've never understood the appeal, personally.
Second Life to me isn't a huge draw, but PlayStation Home,
Community life is whole other
there's just
story.
something different about it to me.
Even when it closed, I was trying to conceive like, yo, there's got to be somebody out there with the same interest. Like, Home was such a great game. A few years later, voila, here I am.
This is the inside story of the fans who refuse to let PlayStation Home die.
Hey everyone, whoever is watching, my name is Nagato, and I am one of the content devs who works on a restoration project for PlayStation Home. I've been working on this project for almost 1 and 2 years, and our overall goal is to restore PlayStation Home's online clients. I've always been into like modding and all of that stuff, but really what set it off was PlayStation Home.
Nagato?
Destination Home is
He might be part Japanese.
It's either that or his screen name, yeah.
Pleasure, but perhaps more importantly, game preservation.
Oh, right.
Archiving and restoring video games for future generations.
Our goal is to not really step on the toes of like the actual companies and developers. Like, we don't support piracy. We don't profit from money from this at all. This is something we're doing as sheer passion projects. So what we want to do is just host these games on our own servers, so for people for preservation purposes only.
Preserving game history in its essence is about keeping a game's code alive, something that's made substantially more complicated when a game like PlayStation Home is not only online based, but unfortunately long dead. But let's rewind a little and answer a more pressing question. What exactly was PlayStation Home? What began life as Sony's first foray into the social space evolved into its own commercial beast entirely. At its peak, delivering a wholly unique digital experience, including month-long spanning ARGs, brand-centric spaces loaded with virtual experiences, and even a digital recreation of Sony's E3 presence to explore. But this microtransaction juggernaut of a game
yeah, I remember
began
going
life
to
just
that.
a little simpler. At GDC in 2007,
Like legit, I remember
SE
going
Worldwide Studios
into
Phil
PlayStation
Harrison took
Home
the stage to announce
to
PlayStation
watch
Home, a console-specific social
Sony's
platform
E3
where
with
users
online
could navigate
friends.
3D spaces to meet, talk.
Surprised they don't do that now.
There would be zones themed around new releases.
Well, PlayStation
personal
Home isn't
community
around
spaces,
anymore,
and
so
the
they
ability
can't.
to customize your avatar. But despite initially promising a winter 2007 release, PlayStation Home stumbled its way out of the gate a year later, with content in short supply and sporting a beta tag that would endlessly remain in place. In spite of its flaws though, the service began to slowly mount a following. People were spending time and, perhaps more importantly, money in PlayStation Home. Unlike its unquestionably more popular counterpart Second Life, a 3D virtual world release for PC in 2003, PlayStation Home focused wholly on the PlayStation gaming community, giving them a space beyond the confines of a specific game to meet with other PlayStation gamers, even going so far as to help facilitate connecting like-minded players with the revolutionary option of being able to immediately jump in a game together, all within a 3D world. The key element to PlayStation Home becoming successful though was its accessibility. Anybody who had a PS3 could immediately boot up and play Home for free.
Back in, I guess, 2006, 2007 era, everybody knows like the PlayStation 3s, well, in the US was almost like $500, $600. I came from a family basically where we couldn't really afford that. So I used to beg my mom every Christmas, I want the PS3, I want the PS3. And December 24th, 2011 on Christmas Eve, I finally got like a slim model of the PS3 and my mom couldn't afford any games for me. So the first game I jumped into was PlayStation Home. I didn't even know what it was, how to even like communicate with others. I thought it was just like a Sims game, a free little game, and I really didn't think anything of it. And that was something I got immediately hooked into because it was like just extravagant space to meet people.
I got my PlayStation 3 just because of PlayStation. I wanted to play it so bad, and I don't know why. I remember watching the early trailers. I think it was the coolest thing. And I remember getting my PlayStation, and PlayStation Home hasn't been released yet. And so waiting updates and eventually one update, and boom, there it is. And I installed it so fast, played it immediately, and fell absolutely in love with it.
PlayStation Home gave home console audiences a communication tool they had never seen before. A chance to meet and talk with people worldwide beyond the confines of a chat room in a 3D space. And to even find like-minded gamers to form friendships with, despite potentially being miles or even continents apart.
I'm originally from the NA region, I'm from the US, so I used to play US region at home. I found out making another PSN account from a different region, you could go to the Japanese region home or the UK. So for me, it was like me virtually experiencing different people's cultures and learning, different dialects. I did love the whole social world effect, especially on PS3 and like really interacting with people. So most of my friends, even now today, I still have them and I met them on home and I still contact them to this day. So I kind of grew up with people that were my age, and it's kind of crazy to see like with some people who I'm really close with, they have families now.
As Home, and perhaps cynically its revenue grew, it began to expand, adding more and more tools to enable users to share time together. But in 2015, with the arrival of the next generation of PlayStation, the rumours of Home's upcoming closure began to gain traction.
Damon here with IGN News. PlayStation fans are about to become PlayStation homeless. Sony has announced that it is closing down its virtual world social network, PlayStation Home.
I just remember seeing a post stating that like Japan Home was closing down, and it was kind of like a major rumor. It was just the store that was closing down. It was not like the internal server. At that time of 2014.
Man, journalists just cannot really resist a pun.
PS3 is at its heyday. I could see from companies.
They have a boring, thankless, and useless job. So not surprising.
Spent many hours, met a lot of friends on home, and for me,
well, it's not a
that,
useless job.
I used to spend a lot of time. For me personally too, at that during of my young adolescence, I had anxiety issues, which you probably can't tell now. But
definitely is thankless and boring though.
From the
probably.
And actually, share same interests and stuff like that.
For players like Nagato and Ayanoni, PlayStation Home had not only become an important part of their childhood, but their social space of choice filled with memories. On March 31st, 2015, with its loyal audience and potentially a host of voyeurs there to see the final digital sunset, PlayStation Home closed its servers.
I was in that video. I don't know if you've seen it. There's a video of when PlayStation Home was closed, and it was the saddest thing on the planet. And I was in there. It was one of the people. It was a sad day, without a doubt. I did not enjoy that day.
And I remember, just feeling like, wow, this is it basically. And I remember like at 3 a.m. they cut the server, and it was kind of crazy because it happened like the day after was April 1st, so everybody thought it was like an April Fool's Day or something. But it was.
Oh, that sucks.
Could you imagine thinking it was an April Fool's Day and just needing to go through that stage of denial?
No, and they just have like some server mod avatar being like, it's just a prank, Bo, and then they teabag you.
Home
And it's
wasn't
like,
captured, and you couldn't play it offline. It lived completely within the servers that were now gone forever. The people playing Home on March 31st would be the last ever people to experience PlayStation Home. Or so they thought.
Even when it closed, I was
But yeah,
or not really working on
like these guys,
like,
as I've explained,
with the same interest. Like Home was such a great game.
In my earlier days,
Figure out how
back
to
on the
make
PS3,
server work.
PlayStation Home was a big deal to me
Few years
because
later, voila, here I am.
Nagato and the Destination Home
it
team
helped
sharing a love
because
for PlayStation Home and a passion to see it return.
you might have noticed, Evan, but
for all the store data that
when
they
it comes to
soliciting whatever
maintaining
local
conversation
cache files
and
any
small
home
talk,
fans could find left on their dusty
I can do a
PS3,
decent
with the
job
goal
of
being
it
able to reverse engineer and
as
restore
long as it's on a topic I care about, like games or anime.
As PlayStation Home and
Outside of that,
servers, so
I'm
on,
absolute
now,
crap.
There's really no way for the public to play such games,
Which
without,
makes
people archiving it.
socializing
And
harder
tons
when
of
you
games
live
that
in a
are based
town
online-based games,
where
games that
most
evolve
people
from, like,
don't even
beta
know
to,
what
like, old
Metroid or
development
Zelda
consoles get
are.
lost every day. For me, preservation is really something I take key and important, because one day I would like to show,
You're a city boy.
I'm not a city boy. I'm a small town boy.
You have the soul of one.
But especially making it worse is most people here are all about football, all about camogie, and I hate
Someone who is
sports.
just kind of frustrated with feeling
Meaning
like
there's
really only getting
nothing
one
for me
small
to
part of
talk
the
about
story
because
or
I
the
don't
most popular
care
parts of
about
the story.
small talk about stuff like the weather.
My name is Kelsey
When
Luna,
it comes
I'm a
to
co-director
more
of
meaningful
the Video Game
conversation,
History Foundation.
unless I
We're a
already know you well enough to talk
nonprofit
about
dedicated
your
to
life and whatever,
celebrating and
I've got
teaching the
nothing to
history of
talk
video
about.
games. Part of
Besides
preservation,
my
too,
own
is not
interests,
just
my
keeping
hobbies.
the ability to play the game alive,
So,
but also
PlayStation
to sort of
Home
keep
was
the
great
more
in that
ephemeral stuff still
it
in
let
our
me
cultural
to
memory.
talk to
So
people who
how are
wanted to
people
talk about
talking this
games.
game? What was this game in its context, and how did that
Which
Makes
evolve over
sense.
time?
I didn't
It
have
encompasses a lot more than just
anywhere
the
else.
game itself. It's really the whole experience.
Like you can argue, oh hey, there's also just multiplayer games in general, but outside of maybe like MMOs, which obviously I might not even want to waste money on.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have it pretty difficult with video games.
You're not going to make
other
friends.
forms of media.
Well,
We are
you
dealing
might,
with
but
the
the
lack of
odds of you
ability
making
to
friends
play these
just like
games
in a
the
Call of
future
Duty
if we
lobby
don't have the
are
correct
way
tools.
slimmer than in a
Something
dedicated
like
game
a
that's
Super
made for
Nintendo might
socializing.
stick around for a very long time. They're pretty hardy systems, but they're not going to stick around.
And even
forever
with the
in
MMO
other
thing,
ways other than
as a console gamer
having
back
that old
then,
piece of hardware to be able to
there
use
really
some of these
weren't
mediums. So
any
with something
MMOs.
Like art or books, a purely
Most
sort of
big MMOs that
media,
had any
you don't
traction,
really have this
they
sort of
were
issue,
PC.
But there's a lot less going
Yep.
on with a still image or even a moving image than there is with a playable, interactable thing that may require some sort of software emulation or otherwise to continue to access.
The way how online server games work, it's way much harder. There is a lot of data that has to be previously archived without, actually taking the hard drive from said console and dumping that and like revamping that, or basically taking that old data and revamping it basically by decrypting it and all of that fun stuff. So reverse engineering comes into play when trying to figure out how to basically
Sounds really tough.
client server working and how to basically get those two systems communicated.
Despite the challenges of reverse engineering PlayStation Home, progress has been made by Nagato and the Destination Home team. As of when this video is published, they've managed to restore and host over a dozen spaces, mini-games, and complete avatar customization. Yet despite all this incredible progress, the project is still missing a vital ingredient, the key element that brought PlayStation Home to life: the community.
With online
That's neat.
community-based games, it's very difficult to sort of preserve the
But yeah.
entirety of the experience.
It was also neat being like, because
based on how many people are still playing.
it had all these
and
different
kind of how the
spaces for
content
advertising
changes
different
over time.
games.
So playing PlayStation Home
So
in
it had
2021
ones based
is gonna be a
on
very different
Assassin's
experience, even
Creed
if you're able
or
to keep everything else exactly
Siren
the same.
Blood
It's gonna be
Curse
very different
or
from
whatever,
how people might have experienced it in, say,
Resident Evil
2009.
5, and
It's important to think
it
about,
was
you know,
basically,
what is it that we
hey,
want to keep
even if
alive
it's a single-player game,
obviously, making
here's
sure
the
that you
space
still have the
where you
ability to
can
connect through this service,
walk around in this game's world just a
accessibility and
tiny
accessibility,
bit
and that people
with your
can still
friends,
access
with
it,
your own
but
customized
keeping
characters,
the community alive and sort of the culture alive is,
which was a
whole
unique
other
novelty
story.
in of itself.
What made home was
Like,
that
I
actually
recognize
really
this one
getting
specifically.
to
This was like the
communicate
White Knight
with
Chronicles
other
one.
people. It was like going to like, a virtual New York City. I'm from New York,
Which I'm-
but like for me, it was like
It's
actually
such a
meeting people from
shame
different cultures, different
I didn't
perspectives.
get
So
into
that's
White
what I
Knight
really enjoyed
Chronicles
about
when
the
it was
community.
fresh.
Ultimate goal
Because
is
it's
to get
definitely
a
my
online
kind of
client
thing.
working for the PlayStation 3. Once I see another person in the lobby and I said hello,
I don't
how
know.
we can
Maybe I'll
actually
get
say hello
lucky
together,
and
that's
somebody will
something
remake it
R2
on
that's the
like
day.
PS5 or something. I doubt it because it feels a little niche, but
My name is Ayanani, and I'm a content creator on Dreams. I'm responsible for recreating the PlayStation Home creation. When Dreams was announced, I immediately started like a notepad on my phone and writing ideas of what I wanted to create. I was like, I want to make a PlayStation Home thing because it's gone and it's something I absolutely love playing.
Despite perhaps lacking the technical know-how that the Destination Home team possesses, a single creator using Dreams, an extremely robust game
there were a
creation
lot
tool
of
released
pretty
for PlayStation 4 in 2019, has also
neat
decided
mini
to try and
games
keep
to play
PlayStation
as
Home
well.
alive in his own, perhaps equally creative way.
As well as
I
I
was
think
a massive Little Big Planet creator. I never published much.
Like-
and so even back in Little Big Planet, I attempted to also.
there was also the fact of, you know how a lot of Xbox games used as like, hey, if you get this day one, or you get this achievement or whatever, you can unlock this part for your Xbox avatar.
Harbor Studio, the very first department.
Yeah.
There was stuff like that for PlayStation Home.
Blocks down and I shaped it. And I'm like, this is actually pretty easy to do. And then after the Harbor Studio, it just spiraled.
As
Now
well.
I have all these other ones.
You even had, you could even unlock little gadgets or little pets that could follow you
An
around.
illustration of the experience, Ayanoni has tried to capture the
Like I
essence
remember
of what he
having
loved
like
about PlayStation Home.
a dinosaur from like one of the Ratchet and
Anytime I
Clank
think about
games
PlayStation
as like a
Home,
little
it's
fall around
being able to
thing.
customize my home, have my friends come
Oh
over,
yeah!
check it out.
And
then
you
customize
had, there were
walk
also
there,
like
drop my
apartments you
control,
could
and
unlock.
it'd be hilarious.
Some of them just like
And that's-
generic
that was, like,
things,
the
and
first thing I
most
did
of the
in
ones
Dreams. I did the
based
Harbor
on
Studio,
actual
finally
games
it's done.
were
I was
premium,
like, let's
but
make
there
a
was
couch.
like one or
And then
two,
let's
like
make
the
it so we
Assassin's
can
Creed
move
one, I
the
remember
couch.
you could earn for
Ayanoni didn't
free.
stop there. When his
Uh,
replica of PlayStation Home started
But
gathering
yeah, you
attention
could
in the Dreamiverse,
all
Dreams'
those
online
apartments
user-generated
based on
creation tool,
various
he began
games or
investing
just
more and more
like
time into the project, including
existing
any
in
functionality
general,
where he could.
you could
Adding more
customize
things like the
completely.
gas system
You could put
obviously wasn't in
couches,
Dreams, but I wanted- I
arcade
would like people
cabinets
to be able to get
that
a
you could
virtual
actually play,
job
and they had
and
mini
earn
games in them.
money, or doing tasks. Like right now I have the fountain game in the middle of Central Plaza where you fly the UFO and you have to collect the bubbles. It's very simple. I also have
Like, especially when you consider
figure it out. It's the main menu of the Dreams
what the
very
internet
first
was
level, and
like
you can get infinite money if you
and what
do
the
it.
gaming
Kind of
space
an
was
admin
like
thing, but I'm sure you can figure it out.
when the PS3 was
Despite all of the
at its
progress,
peak.
Ayanoni has inevitably
PlayStation
stumbled
Home
into
was
the
a
same issue
very
Destination
unique
Home has. To fully
experience.
replicate the original PlayStation Home experience, You need the community.
that had a
Games were
great
supposed to have
big
multiplayer at
following,
some point,
but
and it doesn't still. So
when
I'm
the
kinda
PS4
holding
came
back on
around,
it
they decided to
until
just
that's available,
shaft it
because I feel like that
completely.
is a
They didn't even
massive
make an
part
alternative
of
for it,
PlayStation Home. It's showing your friends,
which
look what I have, look at the furniture I have.
is
and
kind of
the
a shame,
house I have.
really.
Even though back then it was real money you're spending on it, now it's like, look what I earned within the dreams level. It's kind of hard to say where it's going from here until that's available. I mean, I like recreating it, but I don't feel like single player is the point of it, I suppose.
There's no doubt there's still technical hurdles for both Destination Home and Home in Dreams to overcome. And even if that's accomplished, there's still the question of whether a community can ever function again like it did in PlayStation Home at its peak. One thing that isn't questionable though is the passion for the project.
I don't think there was anything like it at the time, and so it really grabbed me, and I was like, this is the coolest thing ever.
This will be literally the best time to have like home and social world, because everyone's stuck in the house. Really can't really interact.
I remember there was glitches
Home was up right now,
that people used in like their apartments to like glitch out of bounds.
Or just
yeah, like
working on this
I think
project is
what
something
one of the
that
main tricks was
really
you would
for
get
fun
an
and
armchair
working on it every day.
and put it on
So
top
it's
of
like
another
a passion
armchair,
project. So I would be doing this
and then
for
you'd
hours, even if
sit in it
no one
and
watching.
get out of it,
The reality
and
though is
that could
even if
boost
these
you
projects never
out
fully come to
above
fruition,
like the
current
bounding
state
box.
still has important value.
Hmm.
PlayStation Home is a snapshot in time. A
Because
rare veneer
you would
that
snap
brought
to
people
the
around
chair.
world together in a 3D space on
There was-
console for
yeah.
the very first time. And at its worst,
That's pretty
it
funny.
implies flagrant use of microtransactions and advertising. But video game history isn't just a record of success stories. It also documents the missteps and the failures. It's how the medium grows and evolves, and as more and more time passes, it's more important than ever to make sure that it's preserved.
If you go into a bookstore right now, like a Barnes & Noble or something, and you look at the shelves that are for the video game section, and I can send you a photo if you would like, there's about 3 or 4 books that are actually telling a story about video games. And then if you go over and you look at the music section or the movies and film section, there are just hundreds or thousands of biographies and history books and interesting stories that people are telling about these
Yeah.
mediums. And so the Video Game History Foundation really wants to sort of usher in a world where people are celebrating video game history and talking about it and continuing to
that
make
is another
this,
thing, like,
a really cool
in terms of like a bigger picture
cultural
type deal.
sort of medium that
Despite
is.
being
Fantastic work by companies
now
like the Video Game Foundation is already
one of
being
the
done, but
most
these are just the first
profitable
steps to preserving
mediums
and
compared to
allowing for
movies,
future
compared to
generations
books,
to come.
compared to
And
music.
despite all of PlayStation Home's flaws, its moment in time has as much historical value as any other
Despite being so
significant
much
generation
younger
defining
than those
piece of media.
mediums.
Large companies understandably treat their platforms
Video
as
game
commodities, and they
preservation
unfortunately easily
for
discard
like
what they serve
historical
their commercial
context and
purpose.
historical
For fans,
value
this is where they
just
grew up. They
isn't
learned
there
about
the
different
same way it
cultures
is for
and
other
formed
mediums.
lifelong friendships.
Yeah.
They want to cherish these memories, and if the companies won't
Which
preserve that,
is
it's down to the people.
an
PlayStation
actual
Home is
shame.
gone, at least in an official capacity. But PlayStation Home
Because
will continue to live
especially-
on in the passionate
because-
community that grew from it.
People were just like
the thing is that it's also the most crucial to do it for games.
Profound in my
Yes.
life, and it's
Because
community based for it. That's
due to the interactive element, you can watch a video of a game, but you're not getting the experience.
Right.
Even if someone can describe to you a movie or recreate a movie, and you get roughly the same experience, but you can't do that with a video game. Which is
Exactly.
why preservation for video games is so important, and the fact that video game preservation is so further behind compared to other preservation of other mediums is just... And then you have, and it's even worse. Going back to Sony, that makes their attitude to stuff like, oh, Gran Turismo on PS1, PS2, they look ancient. Why would you ever? That makes attitudes like that even worse.
Yeah.
Because
I'm completely agree.
it would be one thing if it's just like, okay, we're gonna stop selling these. Whatever. But the thing is, if you go and try to emulate or recreate or do anything with one of those old games, it's not being sold anywhere anymore. Unless you pay an exorbitant amount of money, you can't get it legally anymore.
Yep.
They'll fine you. And it's like, I want to play this game. I don't want to have to pay $1 million for it. Or £1 million, or €1 million, or whatever the fuck.
Uh-huh.
You're not selling it, so what the fuck am I supposed to do?
I really don't understand. I guess certain games would.
But the thing is, they're just gatekeeping it on the small percent chance that one day they might go, oh well, let's remake this or re-release this.
Exactly. I think it'd be smarter just to put the whole library on there digitally and just keep them at the same price forever.
That's the one thing I will say about Nintendo Switch Online, that I like the idea of, hey, here's a bunch of our back catalog from other consoles. You can play them if you've got our premium online service, or with PlayStation Now, or I think if you refine stuff like the Nintendo Switch Online and the PlayStation Now, that would be a great tool for game preservation. Just have downloadable... You know what? That's all you'd have to do. Make officially licensed emulators. Because PlayStation Now and Nintendo Switch Online are great. They're great. But there's two issues with something like Nintendo Switch Online. The first issue is, at least in Nintendo's case, it's been a while since I looked at PlayStation Now, but at least in Nintendo's case, they are drip feeding those games. You get maybe one game you care about a month, if that. The second issue, and this applies to both of them, is streaming games is a great idea. It's definitely going to become more mainstream as time goes on, but it's important to always, and I mean always, have that option of offline, of being able to download it. Because no matter how far technology advances, there's always going to be people who can afford these systems, but just based on where they live, they cannot have a stable enough internet connection to stream games. So my proposed easy solution, hey, if you're not going to do backwards compatibility, then just make it part of your premium service. Hell, if you want to gouge us for money, make it its own subscription service. But have officially licensed emulators. Have a PlayStation 1 emulator that you can officially pay for and download onto your PlayStation 5. And then, as long as you can get the files for the ROM, you can play the PS1 games. It's that easy. And if a game... And it doesn't even bar them from doing re-releases, because then all they have to do is be like, okay, we'll keep this original version on here. Because they always upscale the graphics anyway when they do this now. We'll upscale the resolution, we'll improve the aspect ratio, maybe we'll recreate the graphics entirely, add some quality of life improvements to make this the definitive version of the game, throw it on the store, and people will probably still... Because people, as much as the game industry likes to deny it, people will emulate old games. But those same people will pay money for a newer, shinier version of that game if it comes out.
Yep. Agreed. They just got a back catalog and sell them all for $10, $20 or something. Easy.
official
for easy money. They don't have to do any additional work.
Just make officially licensed emulators. Slap a subscription onto it so that you can turn a profit from it. Let people download it, and everyone wins.
Interesting thought.
But companies aren't going to do that because capitalism.
Well, they're not doing it well. That's the problem.
Yeah. Because
it's like,
if
thousands of titles you could be getting money on,
because if
and you're
there's
just not.
Because if
That's
there's
stupid.
Yeah, because if there's even the smallest chance that they can make more money by holding these games for ransom, then they're going to do it.
I think the math doesn't even work out, though. They would get more money if they just had their whole back catalog, downloadable and emulated on the newest system.
Well, to be fair, Evan, if you look at games like Anthem and Marvel's Avengers, the people in charge of these companies aren't always the best at balancing the economics versus the, interest. Yeah. Not to mention, most of the people in charge just are completely out of touch of what gamers actually want half the time anyway. Remember, throughout the PS3 to early PS4 era, where games companies tried to keep convincing us that survival horror was dead, when it 100% wasn't. It's just that all the survival horror games being made around those times were shit. And then Outlast came out, and people ate it the fuck up. And you want to know what happened, Evan? You want to know what happened? AAA companies started making survival horror games again. But why would they do that if it was dead? They weren't doing it because they were trying to convince us survival horror was dead because they didn't want to waste the money making it. Ugh. Anyway, yeah. I'm generally a pretty, look on the bright side kind of person, but every now and again I do like to rant.
Read my backlog. Why won't I have my backlog?
I mean,
a worthy rant.
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, of all the things I could rant about, I feel like I've chosen my battle wisely with this one.
Yeah. I think you're on the right on that one.
Yeah. But regardless, this was Casual Pleb Productions, E3 Rewind 2004. Let me look at the thumbnails, just to, give us a teaser for 2005. E3 2005. I imagine we're going to start consistently getting all three. Yep, top three results. Nintendo press conference, Microsoft press conference. So we're solidly into the era of being able to get the press conferences consistently. Let's see. Sony's is just someone doing a smug grin. Microsoft's is just some guy standing on a stage. Let's see. Yep, E3 2005. In the thumbnail, Iwata is holding up a black Wii.
Nice.
So we've got that to look forward to. But anyway, that was Casual Play Productions with E3 Rewind 2005. This year was really solid. All around the board. Sony's was a little boring, but they still were able to show some interesting games. And the PSP coming out was a pretty important point in gaming history, I'd like to say. Personally, I think it was a very close tie between Nintendo and Microsoft, and I think on a personal level, Nintendo just eked out the first place position. If you want to rate them, which A lot of people do, because that's how humans work, I guess. Yeah. So next year, we'll be looking at the Wii. We'll probably start winding out of the. We'll probably start reaching the end of the Xbox and PlayStation 2 lifespans. That if they don't show the PS3 and 360 2005, they might tease them at least a little bit. Yeah. And any closing thoughts, Evan, before I finish the video?
2004 was a fantastic year for gaming. I remember.
Okay.
The next couple of years are going to be really ridiculous as well.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, ciao.